Hi.
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 Meso, hi. Okay, thank you so much. My name is Aflin Yogo. I work at Polycom Girls as the programs officer based in Homa Bay County. So our organization employs young people. Thank you.
Wow.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I can't see the vibe in Kisumu. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Shamima Tieno, coming all the way from Kisumu, a proud UIW from She Leads project that is affiliated by Plan, also a member of social justice movement. Women power.
Power.
Thank you.
I want to start off with, from your perspective, what do you understand positive masculinity to be?
Good morning again.
Good morning.
I didn't realize you were bragging, so let me brag first before we proceed. I sing. I'm gifted with a voice of singing. So where is the woo? There was woos everywhere here. Like you're supposed to say, oh, yes, thank you. Okay, so what I understand from positive masculinity is that, so I'm going to explain with what I researched with yesterday, and it's going to be hitting on one particular place, and I hope we understand it from that. So yesterday while we were talking, we came to, someone said that, talked about how GBV is caused by a mindset, normalization, and the silence of the majority. And Mr. Paul, the youth advocate, talked about being a mother's boy. And he said that due to that, he fights for women and he's an ally. So I wanted us to talk about boy moms in terms of masculinity. I feel like boy moms should be included in workshops because there are good types of boy moms and we have the others that do not raise their boys as they should. So I'm going to explain the facts that I have to show this. I know all of us have heard about this or have been involved in this. We have boy moms that involve themselves in the boys' marriage. I think we know about this, right? Whereby these boy moms act as the sub-chief of the marriage or the third party, and is usually ridiculing the wife for doing everything wrong, talking about my son needs this, my son needs that. And that doesn't show the son like good behavior. That makes the son think that he's entitled to a couple of things. So I'm going to talk about the negative boy moms behaviors that they have. We have boy moms that overlook or excuse disrespectful behaviors that their sons make. This makes the son normalize these types of, like you can see, we have these men that lack consent at all. They don't know, they don't understand when a woman tells them no. They think that the woman is just playing hard to get. And I feel like it starts from the root. Because if a mother doesn't teach the son that when a woman says no, it means no, then the son doesn't see it as a big deal. Another thing is that parents, like boy moms, should be there for their sons instead of belittling their emotions. You find that a son at a young age has maybe fallen down his heart, and then the mom will use words such as stop crying like a girl or man up. So the child, the boy, ends up being raised in a stereotypical way, believing that it's only girls who cry, it's only girls who are dramatic. And that is not right. Another thing is boy moms perpetuate sexual attitudes by making nasty comments. Not all boy moms, I'm talking about some, the ones that I'm talking about. Nasty comments about other women or allowing their sons to do so and then claiming that it's the woman's fault. That's why the son made such comments. So this brings up the misogynistic behaviors that men have. This brings up the misogynistic behaviors that men have, which is definitely leading to toxic masculinity. So in my terms, when you ask me what I think about positive masculinity, I think that we should start from the root of it, which we should include boy moms and teach them about the healthy ways of raising a boy into being a man, to teach them how their emotions matter, and their feelings do matter, and they should not keep it installed, because we were told yesterday men are like balloons, and if they keep things installed one time it will burst and they will get really aggressive, and that's not the right way to do things. And
Okay.
I hope this explains my part.
All right, thank you. You have 2 minutes. Everyone has 2 minutes to respond.
So for me, I'd just simply say, for me, positive masculinity is where men are not scared to share power. Men are not scared to stand up for the rights of girls and young women. Men are not scared to show emotions, and men are always there for the rights of each and every person that lives. That is both genders, both for the male and the female gender. Yeah.
Okay, so according to me, most things have been said already about positive masculinity, and according to my perspective, positive masculinity is using the power for the right. I understand that in our societies, we've been shaped to believe that men have power than women, which shouldn't be the case, but I believe that the power that men have should be used to support the people that are not able to support themselves in the community, not just among men only, but also in other genders, ensuring equality. And yesterday I was having a conversation with a beautiful lady, and she told me about how she has raised her son. The way her son is, very bold to express himself, very bold to express himself in whatever way. And I believe that that lady has raised her son to be a gentleman. Maybe that son will be a very great gentleman in future because of the shape that this lady has built her son in. And yesterday something was also said about that a man should not cry, but I believe that if a man cries, then that shows strength and not weakness, because this man is able to express himself, and no matter how the society or the community might see him, this man is strong enough to express himself in whichever way, which means that this man is able to support even others and express. This expression is able to direct other people to be able to be bold enough or to be courageous enough to express themselves in whichever way. So being a man does not necessarily mean that you should be powerful every time. It's okay to be weak. It's okay to express yourself in whichever way. So positive masculinity is something that is not has not been embraced so much in our community, and I believe that we should go out there to advocate for these things in community. I come from a community where ladies are so much looked down upon. There are issues of GBV so much in our community, and I believe that we should go out there. And yesterday I was thinking about something, that there cannot be a woman without a man. It cannot happen. So I believe that we should nurture our men when they're still boys. We should nurture our men, and also those who are already old enough, that we should nurture them to embrace women and embrace their self-expression. Thank you.
You have 2 minutes.
From my understanding, based on yesterday's meeting or gather, I'll say positive masculinity, it's not only for men, but we as women, at times we reflect that. Wanaume chanya pia sisi wanawake huwa tunajitokeza. I saw it from the play, how that woman, he was a chief, but he couldn't even speak out. He was a bit afraid of even talking to his wife. So I'll say it's mostly, I can say, our mindset. Yes, we as human being, not either you're male or woman, but the moment you set your mind and see the next person to you is just a human as you are, maybe we can embrace that and we support each other in all the things that we are doing in this earth.
Okay.
Okay. Hi once more.
Hi.
How many are from Kenya? Wakenya tupo. Yes,
Tupo.
we all know Amerixia, right? Yes, Amerix says men, you are the prize, right? But for me, you can only be the prize when you support ending violence against us as women, right? Yes, it doesn't make you less of a man if you are fighting to end FGM in your community. And then if you are supporting the women, you know, I'm so emotional because this is something that touched me. On 29th March, that was last month, I saved my friend from being killed. And then today, in this meeting, I'm seeing that perpetrator in here. What? Yeah.
And that is what I was thinking about yesterday.
I'm seeing that perpetrator in this meeting.
Yeah.
And this makes me so emotional. Like, thank goodness, yesterday I wasn't in here the whole of that day. I came in the evening when the meeting was done. And then when I entered from that door, he is on to the next prayer, my dear people. And the same language he used on my friend, he used that yesterday. And then I had to tell one of my friends that, tell that girl to get away from that man. This man is in an organization that is supporting the education of girls. I'm here, like, are we even honest to ourselves as an organization while having people in positions? And then this man has audacity to go and lie to the police that my friend brought in thugs to the house. We were saving my friend by force. He locked us in. He locked the gate on us. So me, it is so personal to me. My friend comes, amevunjwa mkono. Mama amegongwa huku. We are not honest if we are going to still have these people in these positions. They are lying to our little girls. Yes, this is empowerment to us. And we don't take it for granted. We really appreciate you. That is why I was so vocal to even go to Peggy and tell Peggy, no, we are not safe. And I had to alert my girls. Don't let that man approach you. He is in here. So what are we doing? I am not safe.
So this is why I stood up.
Yeah.
Yesterday I thought about this because somebody talked to me about it and they mentioned it, but this is somebody different and they're here. That we are here talking about positive masculinity and we are the poison. If we are the poison and we are not dealing with ourselves, can you imagine how in a dangerous position our society is in? Because they trust us. When I say, when a man is here or a woman is here and you're abusing young people, or you're abusing women, or you're a woman who abuses men, and you're here, isn't that double speak? So this is what we need to do for ourselves. We need to become whistleblowers. And we need to be our brother's keeper and our sister's keeper. So that if you see somebody perpetuating this type of behavior, you call it out. I know of a guy who was in an organization led by women, the board, women, everyone through women. And he had 3 cases of abuse against women, as in this is not guesswork. This I saw. And until it got to the blogs and nearly got out, that is when this man was asked to step away. Are you understanding where we are coming from? So what exactly and why exactly are we holding these meetings? How do we cover ourselves and how do we take care of each other? Because this is an extremely disturbing statement that the perpetrator is seated here watching me right now and you are the abuser. This is something I don't entertain. This is something I don't entertain. You're not going to come in a meeting, and if you know yourself, I know you know the person, but we won't call them out. But if you're here and you know she knows you, get ready to know that you're going to be whistle-blown. Because you're not going to entertain that in this kind of community. We have young ladies here. If you abuse them, they will go saying, Ekpat invited an abuser. This is how serious this thing is. And you know how dangerous it is when we are trying to fundraise and then the donors are hearing we're working with abusers and we didn't try to talk to them. Are you understanding how serious this statement is? It means our girls are not safe. I work with, I'm part of Association of Media Women in Kenya, and we really fight against abuse in the media houses. And we don't play with it. And if you're an abuser, we call you out. You can go get your lawyers, we are ready. Okay? So we need to be our brother's keeper. Everyone on phone, please. This is a very serious moment. You cannot have an abuser in a meeting like this. And they're here saying, oh, we are talking about positive masculinity. And then after this, they'll go and abuse somebody. Now somebody has a hand that is broken, and the abuser is seated here. Isn't that an oxymoron? What should be our reaction? I stopped this for a minute because this whole structure then falls if you have an abuser who is getting away with it. Okay? So what we can do, let's finish with this, and if it needs to be dealt with, it will be dealt with, so that then we don't have ladies feeling insecure, isn't it? Kweli rongo? True, false? We need to have that dealt with. Okay? The next lady, don't worry. It was very important for us. Continue, just finish up.
Okay, thank you. So I had to call that out and also had to warn my fellow girls. We have a perpetrator in here. And positive masculinity, I was briefed of what was happening yesterday. And I love the men who talked and also the men who are supporting the well-being of women. You are a feminist because you are fighting for the equality of all of us. You know, when a woman is empowered economically and also working for and with you guys in the community, we thrive together, right? So positive masculinity to me is you as a man supporting me as a woman or as a female for the betterment of our community and also ensuring that we thrive together. Thank you so much.
Hello. This has just brought me down, but I believe girls, we have voices, right? Yeah. We'll manage it. So basically, masculinity is not the problem, but toxic masculinity, I believe, is the problem here. Too often are boys forced to man up, be strong, or either tough. And at some point, this pressure leads them to violence against even themselves, us as girls, and even as women. So for my case, I believe positive masculinity is one that uplifts rather than controlling, one that teaches men and boys that it is okay to feel low, it is okay to be soft, and it is okay to be listened to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to do a 1-minute round based on yesterday. What is your takeaway on positive masculinity? Just a minute, not a whole 3 paragraphs.
Hi once again. So my take on positive masculinity is that we should not just ridicule men. Instead, we should try helping them out, because there are some men that don't know what they're doing, and there are some men who weren't raised in the right way. And I do believe the men are willing to listen if we give them a chance, and if we create a safe space for them, I think they can become better than what they are right now. And the more allies we form from men, the more we are able to fight against GBV. Because there's no way we can be out here talking to girls alone about protect yourself, or you should do this or do that. We should be preventing this thing instead of trying to because the cure is through men. So if the more men we have in this group, the more this GBV thing is going to end. Yeah, so that's my take. Thank you.
I think for me, I'm already, I don't know, sometimes I ask myself, why do we keep fighting? Why do we keep fighting? Each and every day we wake up, we're just literally just fighting for us to be safe. And it doesn't even make sense. And then I'm listening to a Flynn story of perpetrators being in here, and then we start thinking about perpetrators being funded to end gender-based violence, and it doesn't even make sense. How can you end something that you yourself are doing? It will not. I'm so saddened by the fact that we are pushing for something that us ourselves were doing. The way they say women are enemies of themselves, I don't believe in that. I believe that us as women, we should not wait for anyone to fight for us. We should not wait for these men to be our allies, guys. I was saying I was pushing for us to have guns as women, so that when you find a man is perpetrating or raping a girl, you just get rid of them. That is just how I feel. Yeah, that is just how I feel, because we cannot keep fighting.
That would be anarchy. You want Kenya to go into anarchy, or Africa?
So my parting shot would be, the fight is not over, but let's just keep fighting. There are some men out here who are pushing for the rights of girls and young women. Even if there are those who are rotten, there are some men that really, really push for the safety and for the end of gender-based violence. And I would urge the men in this room, be the change you want to see. Do not just be here to tick the box. Be that change, so that when you go outside there, when you speak to that young boy, they say you cannot be a role model if you're not doing something that you're preaching. They say, preach what you do. So as men, go out there, be the change that we want to see in the society. Do not just tick the box. It's not about ticking the boxes. It's about bringing change and changing the systems. Yeah.
Even the women need that message.
Yeah, even the women.
Okay, so I think I was to close with a rap, which I am going to close after the discussion. Yes, I have to surprise you guys.
Yeah.
I have. Yeah. So, but before I do,
you have 1 minute.
I have one minute. Okay. One thing I have to say. If we don't also get our focus to the boys as well, then this is definitely going to be a cycle, because we can't just help the women and the young girls and we still leave the boys to poison the minds of young women and girls. So we have to do this together. So I really advocate for togetherness. That is my parting shot.
Hello, everyone. My takeaway is we all need each other. We all need each other. Regardless of whether you are masculine in terms of huge body or small, but we as human beings, we need each other in this earth. So what I would love to say to ourselves, if in case you come across any inhuman act, kindly just speak out. Speak out or link each other, refer that person. If you are unable to speak, then just text someone so that someone can get help at that time. So just let's love each other and be there for each other.
Okay, so my take home or takeaway for all of us is that we are humans, all of us are humans. we were human before we went to schools and all those stuff. So before even me as a person or you do harm to any person, like, don't make it so hard. Like, as women and girls, we are so tired of just every day fighting for ourselves to be so safe. Yes, we are tired. Yeah, make it easy for us. Yeah, and thank you for all the good men. Yes, continue with us in this fight. Thank you so much.
So my parting shot is, as much as we are taking men, boys, our fathers as the threat, I think we should bring them on board, make them step up for respect, say yes for respect, and no for GBV. Thank you.
Wow. Give them a clap as they go down. You're welcome to your seats. You'll be rapping?
Yes.
Okay.
So let me just sit as I do this. I did something on femicide a while back, and I don't have the beat, but I'm going to do it without the beat. Oh, come on. So it goes, women this, women that. Women ndo shida huku nje wao wanalai. Women ndo shida huku nje wao wanadai. Hawana heshima, ni ganji tu ndo anadai. Sawa, makosa ni gani? Makosa ni ya nani? Makosa wazazi, makosa mapenzi, kukosa maganji ndo inafanya si tu dedi. Tuongele the men, labda hii gender I get it. Mbona chuki majama umebeba ngumi imejificha. Ngozi inafanana na bado unanipiga filter. Tena kesi bado sa inarudisha the cycle, na tunasaka maganji sa tutasikiza obado. Tangu lini tukaanza kukua misogynists? Dema kiwawa wantaka tukue na patience. Sijui kakesho nitakuwa na hii opportunity. Salon taifanya juu for ages to me struggle. Life ni scary, squeezy hadi na dream na booze. Meka za matako, bado naogopa kulet loose. Na uliza ya nani, labda makosa ni yetu. Daily tunagrow kwa hii society ni toxic. What is, mbona tumefika ndo sa mnataka ku-exit? Mbona tumesoma ndo sa mnataka mapenzi? Bado trauma ina act like the cause. Wakati maganji bado inanunua force. Dispose it.
Awesome. Welcome to your seats. Thank you. I'd like to give you a story before we go to the next session. A story of a negative and a positive in the same family. And it was very interesting to hear this. Actually, I saw it. So my friend, had, I think she left, but before she left, she has two kids, but she really used to get beaten by the husband, really, really badly. It was really toxic. But then my friend did something. The son and the daughter, actually they are Kenyan champions, international champions in a certain game. I won't mention it because it will be very obvious. They represent Kenya in a lot of games around the world. And so this boy and girl grew up seeing the dad beating the mom, really beating her. Should come to church and should have these black eyes, should give excuses for. But this is what I loved. One day, the mother was not in the house. The mother was not in the house. And when the mother was not in the house, the father came in, and I don't know if he was a bit tipsy or something, and made an advance as if to beat up the sister. And these were like little tiny humans, you know. They were not very old. In fact, the boy was telling me the story. And so when he made an advance to beat up the sister, to slap the sister, the brother stood up, as tiny as he was, and he said, "Men don't beat women. Gentlemen don't beat ladies, we protect them." That was such a shocker. So I asked him, "Who taught you?" He said, "My mom. We protect women, we protect the ladies, we don't beat them." And the dad is like a tyrant. You know those WWF guys? Those ones. And yet the son knows different. Are you understanding? Which means we can teach our children different. Do we agree? We can actually teach our children different. And from that day, the father cannot touch that girl. Because he knows that the daughter has a defender. And the defender is the son. From the same family. Same toxic environment. Which means we can actually teach better and do better. Don't you agree? We should teach better, do better, because we are learning better. I would now like to go to the next session. It's about setting the stage, efforts towards ending violence against women and girls. It's going to be led by Miss Nina Silanto. Am I saying it right? Yeah. Okay. All right. So, where are the microphones? Nina is going to be leading a team, and they're going to be talking about that. You have like 30 minutes. Yeah, I know it looks 40, but it is 30. It looks like, but it is 30. So you and your team will lead, but before, I'm glad to hear that about what we were discussing right now, there's an update towards it, and he's going to give us an update on the safeguarding issue that just came up.
Good morning. How are you today? You're well? All of us remember yesterday, just before we started, I gave a safeguarding announcement or briefing. And during a conversation that just ended, a safeguarding issue was highlighted. And I just wish to communicate that as experts, we are deeply committed to safeguarding young people, children and young people, even adults that are in contact with the organization. And because this event is being sponsored by ECPAT, we have, of course, our safeguarding policy that dictates what happens when an issue comes up, and I just wish to communicate that we are going to follow our safeguarding policies and procedures to handle every case that comes out of this meeting. And so if you come across any challenge or any issue, just as I said yesterday, please don't remain silent. Feel free to just approach me or Willie or Belisuma or Mutoki Nzioka, any of those, and we will be able to take appropriate actions to ensure that we safeguard every individual that is here. So I just want to assure everyone who is here, especially the young girls and women, that we are here to ensure that you are safe and protected. And every case that comes up, we're going to follow our safeguarding procedures and policies to ensure that we take action to protect other girls and women who are in attendance, but even the adults who are here. Even adults, if you come across any issue that makes you uncomfortable, kindly reach out so that we can follow the appropriate procedures to ensure that you are protected and you are safe. So this is just an assurance to all of us here that we are safe, and we are going to follow our procedures to follow up on the issue that was raised by one of the panelists here. Okay? Thank you.
Good morning, ladies. Good morning, ladies. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, gentlemen. You guys are not loud enough. We want to be certain that you guys can be vocal enough to talk about GBV against women and girls. So we need to be certain that you can amplify our voices effectively. So good morning again, gentlemen. Okay, I'm here today as your facilitator for this session. And the session will be about our efforts to end GBV. But before I call upon our panelists, I would like to give a brief introduction and showcase a short clip on femicide so that I can call upon them to. And gender justice. otherwisely known as ACHGA. We're a newly established organization. That's why maybe most of you haven't heard that name. But I assure you, after this session, all of you will have a glimpse of what we do, and we can engage further. So I'm the justice lead in the organization, and as the name suggests, we mostly handle issues on advocacy on climate justice.
All right, the panel is coming up. I would like us to do, I'd just like to take a break because an administrative thing is being attended to, and I'd like us to stand and do some little engagement with the GYWs. Where are they? Please stand up, please stand up. Please stand up. GYWs, please stand, stand. Oh, this is not standing, this is sitting. So, the act of standing. Don't worry, it's a good break, it's a minute. Where are they? They are coming, you're introducing them? Okay, just a minute. Please stand, please stand, please stand. Okay, is it that we don't understand standing, or those ones on their phone and laptops? What is the meaning of phones and laptops? Don't worry, you will get them right now. Yes, please stand up. The act of standing. All women. Yes, all women, young and old. All men, old and young, okay? Okay? All right. GYWs, please come and give us something that you gave us yesterday. The dance that you gave us yesterday. And choose a song now. Come, come, come. I'm looking at the GYWs, they're just looking at me. Please, if you know you're a GYW, make your way here. If you know there's a GYW next to you, please tell them to come to the front. I can see you, I'm seeing you. The act of walking. Fanny, pick your people, come and give us, and Claudia, come and give us something to relax and to get into a happier mode. Yes. Which song? Choose a song. Yes. And make sure everybody dances. We need a good vibe in here. Okay. Which song? Have you told them the song? Okay. Do you have it? All right. And make sure everybody participates today. It's not a standing mode. We need some happy vibes. Those who are seated, and I can see you. Okay, chicken dance. Why are we seated? The people who are seated, and I'm looking at you. Why are you seated? Okay, start. Where are you seated? Where are you seated? Stand up, stand up. All the men. The men stand up. I can see men seated. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for that session. You can take over.
Thank you so much. As I was saying, we mostly do advocacy on gender justice, health justice, and climate action. So in our campaign towards gender justice, we mostly do advocacy and awareness campaigns on advocating for women's rights and ensuring that we campaign towards gender equality as well. So in December, during our active participation in the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, it sparked conversations about femicide because most of femicide cases share the same root causes as GBV. It's only that for femicide, it comes about as an escalation of GBV, which leads to murder. So as we begin, we may showcase the film on GBV that we created.
Femicide is one of the most grievous cases that you'll ever hear about the story of women. The story we are about to tell you will shock you. It might even tantalize you, but it might never leave you the same. Femicide is not just a crime. It is an act against humanity. It is something last 10 years and over 930 lives have been lost. Should we be silent? Should we allow deaths to happen in this country? Should we allow
our panelists for the day to come to the stage.
We have the prohibition of female genital mutilation, 2011, just to name but a few. But lately, the government of Kenya has made concerted efforts to address GBV issues. Yesterday we had Dr. Nancy Barasa here. We know that the Kenya government has set up a task force, the legislative and policy initiative formation of a presidential task force on femicide and GBV. In January 2025, the president appointed a 42-member task force led by former Chief Justice Dr. Nancy Barasa to address the rising cases of femicide and GBV. The task force is mandated to assess legal and policy gaps, recommend institutional reforms, and propose actionable measures to curb GBV and femicide. It was actually given 90 days. I don't know how far they've gone, because we know that in Kenya, the problem is we set up task forces, we have good laws, as somebody just pointed out, but implementation is a problem, a big problem. Then we have also establishment of a special parliamentary committee. The government has formed a special parliamentary committee to spearhead a comprehensive response to the alarming surge in SGBV or GBV and femicide cases. This committee aims to develop strategies to address root causes, strengthen law enforcement, and provide support for victims. Like the case that was reported here today morning. We need to sit with that person. The people concerned needs to sit with that perpetrator and try to find out what the problem is. As one girl put it, we need more allies from men than fewer. So we need to find out why that happened. And I'm glad that ECPAT has taken it up to go and find out what really happened, so that we don't lose more male allies, but we don't need allies who are perpetrators. Then we have the Kewopa Commercial Dulma Initiative, if you have heard about it, by parliamentarian women leaders. This one also escalates down to the county assemblies, women caucuses. Actually, I lead the women caucus for the last 5 years. Now I am in Mombasa, where we have women who are actually taking initiatives of forming groups, and like our dear She Leads, we have a lot of interest in them so that they get empowered. You form CBOs and you empower them. When a woman is empowered, she can come out very strong, and she understands her rights. Then she can fight for her rights, and she can also empower other women. Because in the rural areas mainly, when women suffer, they do not even know where to fall, what to do, and even how to do it. But an empowered woman who has the knowledge, who already knows the route to take, like our young girls here. You saw how that girl came out and pointed out, called out the perpetrator. A girl in the rural areas who does not understand, who has not been empowered, would not be able to do that. So we need to continue empowering our girls, our young women, so that they call out the perpetrators, they fight for their rights, and we stop femicide and GBV. There was a clip there which talked about fast tracking. We need to do more laws, like what the initiatives the government is taking. We fast track what is already in place. For example, we have women who are abused, and later they withdraw from the cases. My call to such women is, as parliamentarians and as lawmakers, we need to act, to bring an act around that, to prevent survivors or abused SGBV victims not to withdraw from the cases. Because once you withdraw, because some kangaroo court has sat somewhere, or because the family has been talked to, or some kind of money has been given out and said, no, you can't embarrass the family, no, you can't do this. No, a law has to come out, or an act, to ensure that such survivors do not withdraw. Once they withdraw, the next thing is what you hear is death. They are either killed or something happens so that does not continue. I hope that I have answered that question.
Well, you definitely have. Thank you so much for that. Mr. Okoth, I think you've heard Mheshimiwa say that we've got a robust legal framework and that the law is sufficient, and where there are gaps, there's actually initiatives. I wasn't aware of the parliamentary committee, and so strengthen the legal and policy framework in the country. So you then comes to you. I wanted to ask, are you dropping the ball? But I won't. What I will ask is, how do you ensure that the investigative processes are survivor-centered? How do you make sure that, if I'm to be clear, that survivors of violence are treated with dignity and are supported through trauma-informed approaches in investigating in your investigative capacity?
Yeah, thank you very much. What I will say with regards to that question is that the National Police Service, as the enforcer of all laws in Kenya, we are guided by the law. And we work within the law to ensure that we act upon the reported cases that we receive. So with regards to survivors of violence against women and young girls, what we do in terms of investigations, we've established in terms of reporting anonymous, very hidden. People fear to come out. With that initiative, the DCI is able to receive reports and of even the survivor who is intimidated or threatened not to report. Then we have specialized units. We have a unit where I work, anti-human trafficking and child protection unit. We are victim-centered. It is the same as they are used interchangeably, but in law we have even Victim Act. So you will hear police referring to a survivor as a victim just because of the law. And when we get reports and we get the victims, we are able to interview in a safe space. And you find that the unit is premised at the DCI Academy in South Sea, and administratively we are at the DCI headquarters on focusing on different cases. So because we are cognizant of do no further harm to the victim, we have created that safe area to ensure that we engage with the victims without feeling intimidated and or distracted with the operations at the headquarters. So we have been trained as specialists. We know how to interview, and we embrace collaborative approach where you find a Directorate of Children's Services or Directorate of Children's Services officer is embedded, is stationed, seconded at the unit, so that when we are engaging the victim or the survivor, they are handled, and the first person to handle is the children officer, so that they are prepared for police engage with the child. Then also standalone forensic lab. Besides what we get as the narrative or statements from the victims, we are able to screen and analyze the digital evidence, because we are able to relate or put the offender at the crime scene and also build evidence around the investigations. So we are trained. The setup or the component of the unit, we have specialists in terms of they are specialists in counseling, than they are officers. We also have officers who are specialized on sign language. They are able to engage even survivors who are abled differently. And we work very closely with even the ODPP, Office of the Director Public Prosecution, at the investigation level, so that what we are handling, the safeguard that the approach that we have established at the investigation level is taken through the justice system, whereby prosecutors will be able to set up the court, having known the kind of witness or the kind of person we have. We also make use of the Witness Protection Agency to protect and safeguard survivors while the case is going on, because people are very, when the case is with the police, there's a lot of exploits in terms of even engaging to compromise the victim. So to avoid that, we also remove or rescue the survivors from the environment of abuse as the case is going on. So having that, we also work with other agencies like the private service providers of shelters to ensure that those shelters with proper setup, we are able to work with them and shelter some of the victims in that space. Thank you.
You've painted a good picture, but my question is, are there any gaps so that if there's resources, where would you plug it? Because you're especially for the children, the system does sound like it is well established and well structured. But are there any gaps? And if so, what are they and how can they be plugged? What are some of the strategies or collaborative aspects? What are some of the things that can be done to plug the gaps to ensure that a survivor, a victim, doesn't fall through these cracks?
Yeah, I think strengthening the reporting system needs to be there, because not reporting should not be an option. Some of these cases we get intelligently because they are shared through even social media platforms. But when the information is with the culture of recognizing and also reporting this kind of crimes, then we are able to act when even the evidence is still there. But the gap is, at times, you find that like there are those forensic tools that we may need to really act on electronic evidence, then they are not there. So in terms of, we need to capacitate this kind of special units to be able to accommodate and handle this kind of investigations. Then another thing is information sharing. At times, police and the aid sector address this. We are working closely with Interpol. They have tools in terms of sharing information like Green Notice, where a traveling sex offender, someone who has been convicted in another country is traveling, we are able to really recognize that conviction. And when he is coming, we vet, and if we find he is coming to also engage in the name of charity to children in Kenya, then we return to sender. We tell you, go back. Yes, we don't need you. So we recognize even someone who had been employed elsewhere has been is moving and finding safe spaces to still work as they continue offending, then we stop by getting information from that country, and through Interpol we are able to do background check and we work. So regionally it is something that we need to be able to really appreciate and make use of. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Okoth. Let's give him a round of applause. Mr. Njuku, yours is data, the all-important matter. We know that data is critical, both qualitative and quantitative data is critical, because we cannot design responses, we cannot indeed respond to GBV if we do not know the numbers and the types and the realities on the ground. So from where you sit, what are the emerging trends that you're seeing, and how can this inform Mheshimiwa, how can this inform Mr. Okoth, how can it inform all of us in how we respond in developing policy, but also in implementation?
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Steve. Entails a lot on data analysis. So I'm going to give us some kind of contradictions. My story will be a story of contradictions. On the one hand, we had the Kenya Demographic Health Survey of 2022 telling us that the cases of SGBV have reduced from 45% in 2014 to about 34%. I'm looking at, that is physical. Physical violence has reduced from 45% in 2012, 2014 to about 34%. When we look at sexual violence, what we are seeing from the survey is that the cases have reduced from 14% in 2014 to 13% in 2022. But then there is another story. So based on what we are seeing as UN Women, looking at the number of GBV cases that have been reported in the last 5 years, that is 2019 all the way to 2024, we have seen that there has been an increase in the number of cases by 57%. And what is interesting is that it's like there has been, every year we are recording an increment of about 1,000 cases being reported. And so that raises very important questions, because we have just received a report on the cases of femicide. And the interesting thing is that the counties, which according to KDHS, had the highest cases of SGBV and physical violence, they are not even featuring in the cases in the counties which have the highest cases of femicide. For instance, taking Homa Bay, according to the KDHS report, Homa Bay had the highest cases of physical violence, but when you look at the number of femicide, we are seeing really a very interesting scenarios that counties which haven't, which rather didn't feature so highly in terms of numbers in the KDHS, now they have the highest cases of femicide. Now, but then something that we should be asking ourselves, or we are asking ourselves, is the increment in the number of cases as a result of increased reporting? Because increased reporting does not necessarily mean that the number of cases have increased. Though in this situation, what we are seeing is that cases seem to be increasing. So of course, investment on reporting. For instance, if we looked at 2007, for instance, there was no social media. Now we have social media. So in essence, it means that cases reported will continue increasing. And it's a positive thing, because it means which are ongoing, but also it means that from a policy and program perspective, that now that we have more data, our decision making in terms of policy work and in terms of programming should be data based. Now, I think Now, I want to look at it from the perspective of access to justice, and specifically from the perspective of femicide. What we are seeing is that the cases on femicide, I think our sister agency, UNFPA, their report is indicating that it takes about 1900 days for a femicide case to be concluded. That means about 5 years. For the millennials and the ones below, whenever you used to hear the word 1900, you are like, that long time ago, right? Now it takes 1900, like literally 19 SGBV, or rather even femicide specifically, to be concluded. Then, of course, the issue of technology facilitated GBV, what we are seeing is that there has been a rise. I think, again, the study by the UNFPA was showing that about 64.4% of the female students in Nairobi alone had experienced at least one form of online GBV. And again, the TFGBV cases are also becoming rampant, but when you look at it from access to justice, it is also a bit of a challenge, because our justice actors are not well empowered on issues of TFGBV, and it is gonna get a bit complicated as we move forward with the AI. What we are seeing, the deep face, right now, someone just taking a couple of photos of Steve online, subjecting them to machine learning, and then being able to produce porn videos based on what they just have been able to pick from online. You see, like the way I'm just dressed now with AI will undress me, take another person, show us acting out porn. But are we really ready as a country to deal with these cases of TFGBV as technology continues to evolve? So, of course, some of the issues that we are having are issues of we have the legal gaps, and we need to strengthen our response mechanisms to issues of GBV, and also looking at centering intersectionality in the issues of GBV programming, so that we are able to look at different clusters of folks affected by issues of SGBV. I'm looking at you, and I think my time is up.
Your time is up, although what you're saying is so exciting. I'm looking at Marvel and saying, why did you give us 30 minutes? Yeah. I think everybody is quite interested, especially when you hear about deepfakes and how it's manifesting, and you're highlighting what the trends are telling us and what we need to respond to, that the numbers we're seeing are not the numbers we're seeing. But I think this conversation will carry forward, but I think we must give Feni a chance. Feni Ogembo with her fan club. Feni, I've got a question for you. I don't like the word just youth generally, but how do you think young people, let's call it what it is, young people, your time is now. How do you think young people, especially girls and young women, can meaningfully change this tide towards ending GBV? How do you think what do you think you can do? What can you do? Tell us.
Thank you so much. I didn't know I was that of a celebrity, but asanteni sana my fans. Thank you, my fans. It's because of you guys. So for me, I think one of the best things that I've learned so far, ever since I joined the movement of my fellow sisters and just being together, is empowerment of girls and young women and the youth in general. Information is key, information is power. All of us, I'm very sure when we were growing up, we were told, education is a what? Education is a what? Yes. education is the key to success. And if we empower girls and young women, empower youth, let them have the information at an earlier age, then they are able to take up and transition and be given the baton for them to be able to articulate, and not just to articulate, but also act at the same time. Another best practice that I would say is on policy advocacy. I'm pretty sure all of us have had policy, there is this document, there is that document. How intentional are we to involve the young people in those policy spaces? Or is it just a room that has experts and every other person who is deciding what the younger generation or the young people are going to feed on when they next take over? So it is very important for us to be intentional, and I mean intentional. Involve the young people in policy review, implementation, and even the processes of action, because then it brings a holistic approach and makes us to achieve not just the now agenda, but even the after agenda 2030 and 2060 as well. We also have issues on transformation of cultural norms, negative norms, I would say, because I don't know how intentional the government is in fighting, but what I know is that the CSOs and other organizations on human rights are very intentional in fighting and transforming some of the cultural norms. And I think yesterday there's something that Marvel said on us having, if culture is the everyday or day-to-day conversations and the actions that we do, then it means that we can transform, right? We can be able to influence and even make our better culture that is coming to be more transformed. Another thing is on Union of National Youth Council. We were told the government is here. Please be an advocate. I love what Uganda is doing with their National Youth Council. For those who are from Uganda will actually attest and would say that the National Youth Council is actually working and doing a tremendous job within the community. We have so many youth groups. We have so many young people who are doing beautiful work. But why are we not allowing them or giving them a chance to form a union together that can cooperate both with the community and work together with the government? So I think that will be an agenda that those who are within the government to at least try and push for the National Youth Council, which will be able to even reach a larger population of young people in the different counties and in the different communities. Another best practice that I would say is on gender desegregated data. This is one of the most important way of resourcing and the most efficient way of us to be able to bring solutions to the community, because if you know that in my particular area 30 students are not going to school, in these 30 students, how many girls are not going to school, how many boys are going to school, and how many boys are also not going to school in the same data. So it makes it easier for you to know that me as an MCA or as an MP, I need to slot 50,000 or 100K for 5 students who are supposed to be taken back to school. So those are some of the best practices that I would actually speak about. And my last statement before my time is cut out, let us intentionally please involve the youths. I will sing that song until the day I go to the ground. Let us work with the young people. They are already established. They are already doing the beautiful things. They are already working within the ground. Why not give them a chance? Why not pass the baton to the younger generation? Yes, thank you.
Let's give her a round of applause. It was worth it. It was worth waiting for you. I have follow-up questions, but I will shelve them because I want to open up. I was given until 11:30. It's 11:35, so I'm disobeying just for 5 minutes. It's better to disobey and then say sorry than to ask for permission. So I'm walking away from. I will take only 3 questions. Only 3 questions, even though there's an army of hands right now. And okay, 4 questions, and then we will bring it to a close. I will start with you, You? Okay, 5. Please do not paraphrase your question with speaker so and so said no. Just go straight to your question, all right?
We're starting?
Straight to your question.
We're starting.
Thank you so much. My question will go to Mr. Lawrence on the issue of technology facilitated GBV. I do understand that majority of our law enforcers, including police officers, are more knowledgeable when it comes to traditional GBV in courts. And now there's this new trend of TGBV. So I want to know how Kenya is trying to address the challenge of jurisdiction. Yes, that was quite a bit hard, but yes, whereby, because we have had scenarios, someone is in Kenya, but then the abuser, let's say, is in Malawi. So is there a law or any strategy that Kenya is doing in such a case? And also, how are you trying to train or to bring a knowledge to the law enforcement, especially the police officers? Thank you.
You're good? All right, go ahead.
Okay, my question is to Stephen as well. I have 2 questions. So what are the what are the data gaps that exist in linking GBV with climate change impacts in Africa? And my next question is, how can we use technology for good in the fight against GBV?
Okay, thank you. My my question is for the first panelist. So I heard that there are a lot of policies, and also there is a constitution that protect women and girls in Kenya, but there is a gap in implementation. That is the thing that I hear in Ethiopia. There are the policies and laws, constitution, but there's an implementation gap. So where does that the gap come? Is there any lack of strategy or mechanism to implement those policies, or those policies are not synthesized with the community? So as a young woman also, what is your advice to work on this issue, not also for girls and young women, also for non-governmental institution? What has been done to avoid this implementation gap?
Okay, my name is Tony. My question goes to Steve. Trying to address the discordance between the numbers you have reported for the cases of physical violence versus cases of femicide, where the cases of physical violence do not directly correlate with cases of femicide. Are you capturing the data that maybe over a long period of time, continuous abuse can eventually lead to death? Do you classify that one as femicide? And then secondly, it goes to Lawrence Okot. I had an experience like 2 months ago where I took a friend to report a case of gender-based violence at a police station, but it was this time against the man. And the police really dissuaded us not to report with the allegation that who will take care of the kids if the wife is arrested, you know? Then I'm wondering, why is there a bias in that? Do you have a special unit to take care of such situations, or do you have officers specially trained to understand that a crime is a crime? It doesn't matter who has committed it. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Alvi Quill, and as a student leader, it is an open question. Now, what are the state strategies that we have in place in now involving the young people in such like fight? For this case, we have positive masculinity and fight against GBV, because I can say personally, we have done some initiatives that also address these challenges. But now, as organizations, what are the set in place strategies in involving the young people against such? Thank you.
And as we go back to the panel, I have a question to all the young people in the room, especially the Gen Z. You are faceless, tribeless. How come you're not violenceless?
why we the older generation passed all the bad, you refuse to take all the bad things. You shouldn't have taken the violence as well. The panel, answer your questions. I think it starts with you, Mr. Okoth, and then Mr. Thuku, and then Feni, and then Mheshimiwa can close. Please keep it as short as possible.
Okay. Yes, we all know that TFG is an emerging crime that look at the systems that were in place to address GBV cases. We have to really adjust. And to address that, the National Police Service is soon launching an online platform for training where all these kind of cases or type of crimes in terms of training, online training for those officers on the field already so that they are able to undergo and update themselves in terms of handling these cases. And because TFGBV is a cyber in nature and it doesn't respect border, so we rely on mutual legal assistance. We are able to really do mutual legal assistance to get evidence from another jurisdiction to support our case, and we also do joint investigations. We inform them to also investigate the other side. So the case of a report where police is dissuading the reportee not to report because of the welfare of children, all that we know is that with the investigations of GBV cases or TFGBV is that there is safeguard. There are those actions that we need to take. As we take action against the offender, there is that action in terms of safeguarding that needs to be in place. And if the police is not aware about that, I think they tend to be confused on how to handle. So it calls for training and awareness of investigating GBV cases so that we don't go against the reportee in terms of trying to see the welfare of the others. Thank you.
Thank you. I think my questions weren't few, but I will try my best to answer them to satisfaction. And I will start, I think, with the last one, which was on strategies in place to fight GBV, especially on online platforms. I think number one is appreciating that most of the perpetrators of online GBV are men, and therefore for us to fight back, we have also to use men as much as women are actively involved. For instance, one thing I appreciate is the work that Equality Now you have been doing, working with influencers in the space, such as Philip Karanja, Abel Mutua. They are promoting positive masculinity, as on this other side we have folks who are promoting negative masculinity. Also, of course, the media has to play an important role, both the traditional media and the social media, and that is why it is important to involve the influencers on different social media platforms. So the other question is tracking of data over time, whereby we have cases of violence which have translated into femicide or even any other advanced forms of violence, of course femicide being the highest. It's not really easy because sometimes the victim will drop halfway through the access to justice pathway. So sometimes it's really difficult, but it's also a challenge not only to UN Women, but also to the players in the gender sector to ensure that we are tracking. We have tracking mechanisms to see how some of these cases are evolving and the strategies to tackle them. Then we have a question on how do we, the issues of climate GBV that is as a result of climate, so the gaps. So the biggest challenge has been collecting data. Data collection is not really easy, especially when it comes to issues of climate. It's difficult to say that this violence was as a result of climatic conditions or such things, though data is also showing that counties which have the highest cases of SGBV and femicide are the counties which are the semi-arid and arid counties. Disaggregation of data is also not easy in regards to climate facilitated gender-based violence, but it's something that UN Women and other players in the industry are looking into on how to harvest that data, but more so working closely with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. Thank you.
For me, I think I would answer the question from the student. What are some of the strategies that the organizations have set in place to help in curbing some of the violence issues? I would first say congratulations to all the organizations that are doing an amazing job within the community in ending GBV. One is on education and creating awareness within the community level and even within the universities. So as a student leader, I would love you, I'm now throwing back the challenge to you. I would love you to go and challenge your school system and see, do they have the perfect reporting pathways of GBV? Because most recent case that happened was at MMU that we lost a 22-year-old girl, and it was on matters relationships. So that is one of the cankerworm that is eating some of our students in school. As a student leader, what are some of the conversations? Do you have an open arena where the young people can freely have conversations and come up with tangible solutions that work for them? Because as yesterday they were saying, the government will not come to your house and tell you do not kill someone, but they will only come after the act has happened. Then it means it's my responsibility, it is your responsibility to help all of us to come up with solutions that are tangible to help our own selves. Because at times, the policies and the conversations look high level, but how do we localize the conversation to fit our own context? So if you go and look at the reporting pathways, some of the open conversations that you have to even create awareness on how GBV happened. Because there is a friend of mine who stayed with, okay, they met in school, they loved each other, they stayed in school. I have never gotten to that point of loving someone like that, but I don't know. Maybe when I get there, I will give testimonies, but I do not have a copy on that. With them, this person has no job, but all of you are life. Like, can we just meet at the end of the tunnel where everyone has found everything? But anyway, though, that's my own comment. But they stayed together after. The other person started cheating, and then it turned out to violence. Anapigwa kila siku, but still anavumilia. This man loves me. This man will change. You know, tumetoka mbali. We are starting. Girls, please look for money. Yes. So I mean, it's just to that context, you know, and then makes everything. At the end of the day, she aborted 3 children. She messed up all her system. She can now no longer give birth. Yo, ladies, love yourself.
Yeah.
So Yes. So if you go and take a look at all that system, you'll find that it trickles down to us. How do we localize a conversation? How do we localize policies to make ourselves better and to make even a better strategy for all of us to be able to attend? Thank you.
Thank you so much. There was a question that came from there on gaps. Yes, we have a good constitution, we are making good laws, but there are gaps. Why is implementation a problem? The gaps are many, but I'll just say that we need to do, the national government needs to do a lot of more budgetary allocations. That is something that I did not talk about, so that the police, the judiciary, and all those organs that are involved can have enough resources to fight SGBV wherever they are. And for the young, the youth, yes, they need to have a lot of capacity building forums like what we have here now, like our beautiful She Leads girls who are so empowered. We need to have them. We need to have money that is set for affirmative action fund, like the NGAF, National Government Affirmative Action Fund, funding these young girls so that our girls don't have to go through a lot of trouble, like what Fanny has just said. An empowered girl will not sit there waiting for money from a man so that she's desperate for that. We need to have our own money, girls. We need to be educated. We need to be empowered. And then you walk with pride and no man is going to abuse you. So as much as we say that Kenya has made good progress in the law, we need to have more resources coming down. We need to keep fast tracking so that we have a better society free of SGBV. Thank you so much.
I think let's give this panel a round, warm applause. The key things, some of the key things, and I'm certainly not recapping everything. We've got excellent laws. We have opportunities to make them even better. Plug into those opportunities, including the conversation on femicide. We've got good implementation. There's opportunities to test the system, step up, test the system and put up questions where there's failure so that we can hold them to account. We've got data. Why don't we listen to it? So that everything we do actually informs it. And Miss Fenny with the fan club, she's told us today that we must open doors and ensure that youth are at the center of our policy and legal development. And we also must test the systems, localizing them to our universities all the way to the top. Again, please let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. And back to you, Marvel.
All right, you're welcome to your seats. Please give them another round of applause. I'm just happy. They really tackled this well. And then I want us to, if I tell you to clap heartily without first telling you what it is, will you clap? Will you clap? You clap heartily with your heart. Heartily. Before you go for tea. Okay, clap heartily. Like you like the information. Thank you. That is for ECPAT. I'm very proud of ECPAT for acting very fast. Aren't you? Are you proud of ECPAT? Yes. This morning, for acting fast. And you know why I'm saying that? We know that there are so many organizations that know there is abuse happening, but what do? They do what? It's like we have a law of silence. Isn't it? We have some little law of silence. Please clap for them again. I'm very proud of ECPAT. Really, really proud of this team. So I have two announcements before we go for tea. There are 2 tea stations there and at the restaurant where we had lunch yesterday. So that will make it faster. And I'm being told that Becky, the registration desk would like us to pass there. By there, where's the registration? Is it to confirm? To confirm if you're registered? If you haven't registered, please. Yes, especially for today. If you haven't registered for today, kindly go by the registration desks. In the meantime, we have a 20-minute break for tea so that we can come and finish and go for lunch. Welcome to tea, everyone. Welcome to tea. Remember, we have 2 tea stations at the restaurant where we had yesterday and here. Thank you.
So if people are standing up as young men advocating for gender, if people are standing up as young women advocating against gender-based violence, can they be protected? That's what the convention seeks. Let's continue. Also workplace violence and economic barriers. Most of us spend a lot of time at the workplace, and there's a lot of violence that happens in the workplace. Some of it very silent, you know. Some of it we just sweep under the carpet because there are no jobs and we need to work, and you know. But really this convention, are we able to have realistic conversations? Are we able to unpack what does violence at the workplace look so that we can ensure the workplace is good for everybody? Now, let me just add to this. You know, that now that we are talking about positive masculinity, we are always saying, oh, men abuse women at the workplace, oh, men, you know, but also now the conversation is changing. Even ourselves as women, how are we behaving towards men at the workplace, you know? You see someone in the office who looks good, they smell good, the way you like, and now you think it's a ticket, you know? So it's a balance for all of us to ensure that it's conducive for everybody. And not just at the office, because economic opportunities begin from the office, informal jobs, you know, it doesn't really matter. We ensure that we all work together. Let's continue. So now, we were so excited. The convention was adopted. Everyone was putting a poster on LinkedIn. Everyone who contributed was so excited. And then what next, you know? So after adoption, what happens? And this is really important for us as young people, as advocates in the room, that after the convention, there's ratification. Djibouti has been the first country to sign, and that's exciting news. But again, we are saying signing is not all that we want. We want to see that these laws have been put into tangible things, you know, tangible laws that people can follow through and can benefit. It's good to see a woman from Uganda in the local community, a man from Uganda in the local community really understand what the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women means. Let's break it down into simple things, you know. So, yeah. And then, so now we go to what is our role, okay? We've had this document, we've seen, we've heard about it, you know, so what is our role? Our first role is to ensure that, number one, even before we speak about it, know the document, okay? I'll go back to the QR code after I'm done so that we all have a draft. You know, sometimes these laws just pass around. You know, there's a whole new one. So at this meeting, I want us to familiarize ourselves with the draft. What does it talk about? That will ensure that even as we organize, when you're telling people this is happening, you also have the information. So the next thing would be to speak out. I love the conversation that happened here, very raw, you know, so let's be able to speak out. And we encourage men to also speak out, you know, and to create safe environments for other men to thrive. So number one, speak out, share your information, and push for your government, push for your civil society organizations. And this is really important, especially the civil society organizations seated here. I know we do budgets way earlier on, but advocacy is supposed to be flexible. So we are calling upon civil society partners that let this not be a conversation of talk and nothing. Are we able to figure out, can we have a small budget for the youth to organize? Can we have a small budget for the young women in my organizations to organize and create an awareness? That is very key. And then also social media. Let's use social media to educate. We are always online. The TikTokers, the Fannies, they're always online. Let's use whatever means to just create an awareness. You know, you can wake up in the morning and just post, positive masculinity is blah, 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 you know. That way, someone who doesn't like to read policies and big documents, would be like, okay, this is interesting. And then you would have shared information. Also challenge norms. We all come from communities where things happen that we can never speak about sometimes, but it's high time that we start speaking about them and ensuring that our voices are really amplified. And then lastly, support survivors. Again, I've already mentioned that, by amplifying their voices. So in a nutshell, that is what the African Union Convention on Ending Violence looks like. When it's signed, there'll be a proper copy online, but please take me to the first page so that anyone can just take a QR, just to see what that documents look like. That will allow us to ask questions, critique. Now, I'm going to open up the floor. for comments. What is your opinion? What do you think? I'm going to take 3 from this side and 3 from this side. What is your opinion about this convention? What do you think, in your own capacity, you can contribute towards ending GBV?
Okay, thank you so much.
Oh, okay.
The mic was already this side.
Yes.
Once again, I'm Havene Betty, and I'm from Uganda. So thank you so much for coming up with such a convention, because I believe if it is implemented and localized to our countries, we shall have GBV solved in one way or the other. Now my concern or my recommendation is, like, what happens to the laws that are always developed at African Union level and UN level, because they end there. When you come at country level, people are not aware of what is in the law. People are not informed. So what shall we do better to ensure that even us who are advocating at the local community, for example, in my district, I'm able to lean on such a law, and I support my other girls and young women. Then still on that, of course, you always come up with guidelines on every policy. So what plans do you have in place to ensure that we have accountability, each member state held accountable to the implementation of that law? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Santarika in the room, I hope you're noting from AU so that we can be able to respond. Who was the second person? Who was the one?
Thank you very much. My name is Emmanuel Busera. Coming from an academic background, I think I'll congratulate you for these laws, because academia not only formulates, but it informs policy. My worry sometimes about these endeavors is because the work of reconstruction starts at not the correct level. What I have realized is there is need to put programs in the curriculum from the elementary level of our children, so they can learn about the importance of these things as they come up. What I realize is that mostly we need to have collaboration between all the players and academia to see where we can maybe do curriculum development, not just for the factory model school that we all attend, but also the religious curriculum. Because the first place our children go to is either the madrasa or the Sunday school. And what are they being taught there? Nobody cares. They just know they have gone there to find God and it's okay. But some of the ecclesiastical statements and religious opinions sometimes shape the minds of our children the wrong way. There are things that actually even churches have come up and realized it was wrong. The Pope, may the Lord rest this one in peace, the other one, called the cardinals to change the Lord's Prayer because they had a problem with the leaders not into temptation. Because the argument was God cannot lead people into temptation. Now you come, we also have a problem with the Adam and Eve story. Eve cannot be just this stupid woman who was lied to by the snake. Because that again brings some stereotypes about women. And again, as we move forward, I think we should look for a way of evaluating and re-evaluating things so that we can put the education of our children in the correct perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me just address that because my memory is not that big. So for Betty, I know what you're talking about, and especially as a young person, I get it, you know. So many laws, you know, and that's why we are trying to come in to say, make these laws make sense to us, you know. So the first bit is even this, what we are doing, creating awareness. And then from there, like last week, I know you participated in an online session where we were unpacking, you know, what is this, you know. I feel you, you know, because it can be so much. It's so much, and then when you go to your village, how does this translate? But also I want you to know that AU being a regional organization, some of these roles are roles of your heads of states, you know. They are supposed to make it and trickle it down, you know. So again, what is our role? To continue to advocate and push, you know. And especially this is a breed of new young people, there's a whole fresh air, you know, where we want to see things work. So take that role for us to be able to just create awareness, you know. And also for what you talked about schooling, it's absolutely correct. You know, for this aspect of ending GP, no one can ever finish this alone, absolutely no one. That is why we are talking about coming together. There's a whole intersectionality and going on, you know. For someone who's working in climate, they can think, for me, I just want to make sure trees are grown and what, you know. But you see, we know areas like Northeastern where we know it's a pastoralist community. So if there's no pasture, there's violence at home, or, you know. So all of these things are connected. Can one person have one solution? Absolutely not. So that's why we are partnering with organizations to ensure that as they advocate for education, they're also advocating for curriculum. And then at the end of it all, we do nothing. So let people who have said they're doing on education, let them do it to the very best of what they can do. Those who said, for us, we're advocating for health, let them push to the very best so that when we are analyzing, we are looking, we're able to collaborate because all of them are doing very good. There's another hand, please.
So maybe I can go first since I have the mic. My name is Lydia Karancha from Fawe. I have 3 questions. Now, it's a good gesture that as having Maputo Protocol, the CEDAW laws, we had the Eastern Commitment of 2013 in Kenya, which Kenya walijitoa. So my first question is, how do we ensure that AU CVOG complement or differ from other international instruments like the CEDAW laws, the Maputo Protocol? Knowing that all of us are just championing to end against gender-based violence, and as far away looking at the educational sector. And then on the part, I'll continue from where Beth, I think she's called Beth, left, whereby, so how will we ensure that AU ensure accountability and transparency in the state reports on their progresses in combating GBV under the convention, since you said we are regional? I remember we are part of the, I think, AU sometime back, and also there's part of the survivor. How do we ensure that the voices of the marginalized group, that the women, the young people, people with disabled differently, are incorporated in that? Yeah.
The mic is this side.
Okay.
I have the mic.
Thank you. My name is Leonard Egesa, and I'm here courtesy of GMAC Network, but I also work for Talent Express and Giamini. I have few questions emanating from the previous and this conversation. One thing that stands out is that we don't have problems with laws. In fact, we have more than enough laws. There is an issue particularly on implementation. And on the issue of AU, I would want to maybe know, and these are the organizations, when coming up with these policies, trying to pursue or push for some agendas, are these things consistent with our constitution? Because a question has popped there that we have had this convention, right from the CEDAW, the Convention on Elimination and Discrimination of All Forms Against Women. All these conventions that I come here, they are not that much distinct from what we've already had. So are we coming up with laws in this convention or policies that are consistent with the Constitution, or is it they are inconsistent? So that's why implementation is a problem, or that's why some of the countries, including Kenya, they opt out of this convention at some point. CEDAW, for example, has around 190 member states, but it's a toothless dog. We will keep on talking about this, but it's a toothless dog. We will implement these conventions. What is the issue here? What is the gap here? And as an AU, how do you seek to be consistent with the Constitution? Because it can be a good convention, for as long as it's not consistent with the Constitution, it remains a document, a piece of paper. Thank you.
So let me take those two, and then we'll have the last questions because my time is up. All the laws that we come up together, no one sits at one point and just comes up with them. A lot of consultation takes place, and it's your presidents that come together, and it's your presidents that refuse to push for the implementation of these laws, you know. What AU does, and the member of AU will also give information, he's seated, he's going to take the next questions, is to ensure there's an oversight role, you know, to ensure that member states are doing what they're supposed to do. But someone said yesterday, we cannot come to your house and beat you to implement a law, you know. So what are we saying? There needs to be a goodwill from government, you know. And you ask, why are there so many different laws? Whenever we sit down together and we say, this law has been there, or this instrument has been there for 5 years, but we still see gaps. Like someone already mentioned, there's technology-facilitated violence, something that, oh, we didn't see it coming like that, you know? So what are we doing? Are we able to come up with the laws and adapt quickly to ensure that all these issues are entailed? Without these laws that may look so many, you have no basis for argument. You know that you're a lawyer. Without something on paper, it is all talk, you know. But if we say we have this instrument, Kenya, what have you done? Have you reported? We have something to hold Kenya and ask them to be accountable. But without it, someone will say, you know, but all this comes out to let there be goodwill. And how can there be goodwill? Let's push. From our grassroots to national, let's push all the work that we are doing to push our governments to, number one, see that these laws are supposed to substitute and complement whatever they are doing. Number two, to see that this is for their own good, for their own countries, you know, so that when they are reporting, they are doing it for their own country. But like you said, no one can push anyone. It's for our governments to ensure that we have the right people in governments. We have people that really care about these things, you know. Most African governments have people who don't care about these things. It's just another job for them. And it's unfortunate, you know. So there are very many barriers, so many battles that we need to fight. But at the end of it all, we hope that with this generation of people, and I hope that everyone who's seated in this room is not sitting to tick a box, is sitting because they care, truly care. When you care, you want to push further. When you don't care, you go to tick a box. So that's a challenge to all of you. AU in the room, please join me so that you can take up the questions that have been asked.
So he's going to combine it?
Can
with
combine?
This? Yes. That's Ntarika Chilenga. You're going to combine your session and hers, and you have exactly 20 minutes.
So that we just...
Yes. You have true 20 minutes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I had a whole idea of what this should look like, but now you've just... No. So do I answer the questions first, or do I go through my presentation?
You can answer the questions, or you can just, whichever you want.
I think most of the questions that have been asked, and rightly so, will be answered by part of my presentation.
Okay, go ahead with the presentation. Okay, please welcome Ntarika Chilenga. He is the Regional Program Associate, African Union Commission. Give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's really such an honor to be standing in front of you. Most of the work that we've done at the African Union stems from many years of active and intentional labor. And I say this because the convention was really a brainchild of thoughts that happened from our leaders from 2017. And it took so many years for it to come into play. But the one thing I want to do before I go into the serious work is just thank the government of Kenya for allowing us to have this platform, first and foremost, to meet and discuss such important things. And also just for the people of Kenya as well, for being such warm and welcoming hosts. I think one of these days I will change citizenships as well. But seriously speaking, I think for us to really understand the magnitude of what the convention, the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls is going to do is we need to understand the story of where it came from, understanding the path that led to us being here. And as the African Union, and from the chairperson and everything that has been leading to us being here, the one thing that my superiors keep stressing is that we need to understand the name of the initiative first that led to the Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. So it's called the African Union High-Level Presidential Initiative on Positive Masculinity in Leadership to End Violence Against Women and Girls. And when I got the invitation to come to such a very distinct gathering, it resonated. It made me feel good for all the work that we've been doing over the years, because it's all about positive masculinity, and the presidents have acknowledged that this is a very key factor. So this initiative is built on 3 key levels. Number 1 is the regional level. Number 2, which is where we engage all the presidents. We have a circle of champions built up now of 12 heads of state who acknowledge that this is a big and important initiative that they need to support. And then we go down to national level, and then we are looking to address also community level, which is where this meeting is significant, because civil society organizations play a key factor. But in terms of violence against women and girls, we know, number 1, that in Africa, 36.6% of our women experience physical and sexual violence in intimate. Sorry, I lost my glasses on the plane, so I need to stress. But 36.6% of women experience physical and sexual violence in intimate partner relationships. 11% of women in Africa have experienced sexual and non-partner abuse. Child marriage in Africa sees an estimated 650 million women alive today married before their 18th birthday, with over 1 in 3 women in Africa experiencing child marriage. Africa accounts for 144 million women and girls who have undergone FGM, with more than 2 million girls subjected to this practice annually. In 2022, Africa recorded nearly 89,000 femicides. The interplay of poverty, conflict, humanitarian emergencies, urbanization, digitalization, migration, change, climate change, COVID-19, the persistent poverty levels is presenting deep challenges to any progress on ending violence against women and girls. So I just wanted to read these stats, because the problem is real. And the problem is not a problem of 2001, 2002. It keeps going on up to our present age. And this is why the road to the convention began. In 2017, the African Union chairperson called for the AU-led campaign to end violence against women and girls. This was before the pandemic, by the way. In 2022, the call for prioritization of the adoption of the Convention to End Violence Against Women and Girls by the AU chairperson at the time was begun. In 2020, violence against women and girls came up as a shadow pandemic. We know because of the pandemic of COVID-19 that these levels of EVALG, or violence against women and girls, escalated within the continent and also at a global level. This led to the African Women Leaders Network patron, Her Excellency Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, to speak to several of the leaders passionately. Thank you so much. To speak to several of the leaders passionately on our continent, to express her concerns that in every country that the numbers were coming from. And I really just want to acknowledge also someone who mentioned that at the time, data there's a big discrepancy in the numbers that we really record. But these spikes really happened between that time, 2020 And Her Excellency spoke to many of the presidents who are now members of the Circle of Champions to End Violence Against Women and Girls, to find a solution. And the solution came as a result of the African Union High-Level Presidential Initiative on Positive Masculinity to End Violence Against Women and Girls. Now, what does this initiative look like? It includes, in terms of its structure, it includes what we call the High-Level Reference Group on Positive of legal and gender experts, and also a drafting committee. It includes stakeholder consultations, which have been happening from 2021 till 2024 last year, and we'll continue those as well this year, where we engage youth, private sector, women leaders, CSOs, academia, and traditional and religious leaders to find out what their views and their impacts and their additions to this agenda is. Also, it includes citizen engagement platforms. We now have, or we are in the process of coming up with an engagement platform that allows the whole continent really to come up with whatever views you have. This was primarily led to add to the convention and what views you have as a continent towards what needs to change. Because as you mentioned, we have existing platforms like the tools like the Maputo Protocol already in place to address these issues. But what is it that they're missing? And after 20 years of the Maputo, or 22 or 23 years of the Maputo Protocol, what is it that we're missing that needs to be included? So this was part of the steps that we took. And then also we had as well, as I mentioned, the consultations with African Union heads and departments. We then, at the end of last lengthy negotiations, after lengthy, then had draft 5, which was presented at the meeting of the convention at the STC on gender equality
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, let's go. You have less than 5 minutes for that photo. Get in once you're done with the photo for the next instruction. Get in once you're done. This photo has 1,000 people. This photo. You people are 1,000. Yes, get in, get in, get in. Once you finish, get in for the next instruction. This is an exercise that everybody is involved in. This is how we thank our donors. This is how we say thank you to partners. Let's go, let's move. Oh, and I'm sweating. Thank you. Let's go. If you're still discussing, I feel sorry for you. Hi. Let's move. Humans outside. Humans outside. Get in once you're done. Get in once you're done. Get in once you're done. We still have a long way. And stop pretending to not listen. You're hearing me. Those of you who are out here and have finished, come in. Those of you who are out here and are finished, get in for the next instruction. Okay, those of you who are in here, have we finished? Who has already taken their photos? Very good. Next step. Can you send your friends those photos? Are you able to send because you want to upload them on Twitter, on X, on Facebook, on TikTok? Which one other one? Snapchat, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, everything. LinkedIn, TikTok. Yes, TikTok, I know, in capital letters. Okay, everyone, have you taken the photos? Are you appearing somewhere? Everyone who is in here, are you appearing somewhere? Make sure your face is being seen somewhere. Make sure your face is being seen somewhere. Is your face being seen somewhere? Everyone, this is an exercise for everyone. Make sure your face is appearing somewhere. Get onto your social media. Get onto your social media. How many people are on X? How many of us are on X? Hands up, how many of us are on X? Okay. How many of us are on Facebook? Facebookers. You see there? Stop pretending you're not listening. Okay. Have they taken their photo, their selfie? Okay. Okay, listen to me now for the next instruction. Everyone who is inside here, I'm coming round, so this must be done. I want you to upload it to your social media. I want you to upload it now to your social media. If your group needs the photos, your group members need the photo, give it to them, send it to them. The hashtags are right behind you and the tags. The hashtags are right behind you and the tags. Do not post without the hashtags or the tags. For those of you who are coming in, begin to upload on your social media, and I am coming round to confirm you have uploaded. I do not trust you. Write your statement. Put it online. I am coming round. Where is your photo? Who is uploading for you? Who? Somebody's up. Go find them right now. But then this exercise, we don't move until you do it. everyone, send the photos to your group members if they need it. I'm coming round. Begin to upload on your social media. The hashtags and the tags at the back of the room. Hashtag positive masculinity KE. Hashtag positive masculinity. Hashtag act now. The tags are right behind the room. The tags, do not send without the tags and the hashtags. Everyone, I'm coming round. Who is uploading for you? You're doing it. Remember, the tags are there and the hashtags. Okay, let me come round now. Who are these people who have not gotten out there? My Claudia, where are you? You already put awesome. Okay, we are uploading now on social media, and I'm coming round to prove it. This one you have to do. So if you take photos for too long, you will cause everybody to be late. Please finish up with the photos. Please finish up with the photos. Okay. You are. Where are your posts? I already said you put it online. Okay, with your statements. I'm already on the 4th instruction. Put it online right now, we move. No, where are you, team? Team, you must be seen somewhere. Put it online.
Where's our photo? But you share with me, how do you share with me?
Yes. This is an exercise everybody does. You will not believe it. Gen Zs used to tell us, you will not believe it. Kenyan Gen Zs, you will not believe it. This exercise everybody does. This is how we say thank you to partners and donors. If you need to tag, there are the tags. Do not upload without tags and hashtags. In Kenya, we call it hashtaggy. Hashtags and tags are right behind the room. The organizations, the partners tags are right behind on the walls. Please put them, put all of them or put some of them. Make sure everything goes with a hashtag. Hashtags and tags. Okay. So I'm coming round. If you know you have not uploaded, where is yours? You know I ask loudly, where is yours?
My selfie.
Yes, and have you uploaded it on Twitter or Facebook or TikTok or WhatsApp status or Snapchat and Instagram? Yes, upload it. Have you put the hashtags? Am I seeing the hashtags? Where are the hashtags? There are the hashtags. There are the hashtags. There are the hashtags and the tags. Please tag organizations, our partners. Where is your work? You know this is that exercise that you do, and I see. Where are you? It's loading on which site? LinkedIn. Oh, awesome. Have you put the hashtags and the tags? The organizations, the partners. Oh, you see? You have to put partners. This is that exercise you must do. And I'm coming round. This one you don't escape. I'm very patient. Have you put it? On which site? Your Twitter. Okay, listen. I am coming round. I want to see it. Together, the tags are there. The tags are right behind. The tags are for partners. Please do not forget to put the tags and the hashtags. Put a statement, the photo, the hashtags. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Where is yours? So you're still sending the photo. You're still at that stage. I am coming round. Where are you at? Very good. Put it and photos. Put it and photos. Where are you at? Twitter. Okay, I'm coming round. Make sure you upload this one. Everybody does it.
I don't know what to do, so I'm asking somebody.
Oh, very good. You're asking somebody? Is that a technical statement or a political one? I'm coming back, don't worry. Okay, so I know AU and Nini, they are not putting. Why haven't you done your photos to put them online? Oh, let me see. Oh, you're those people. In Kenya we say, when do you mtu? Yani you're fast forward. Oh, nice. So there are people who are already ahead. Tag is there. There are the tags. Even She Leads Kenya, GMAC, Equality Now, UN Women, ECPAT International, Femnet Program, Horn of Africa, and Teres de Zome. Go there, get it. This is that exercise you must do. Have you? Where are you uploading it? Okay, I'm coming round. Don't worry, I'm very patient. I am very patient. Where are we at, ladies?
Posting it.
On Facebook. Yes, write a statement. Write maybe loving to be here. And then also remember to write, it is masculinity, MA, not MU. Put the photos, MA, and tag, even if it's 3, 4, 5 organizations. Let's go. Have we updated? Where are you? Okay, what's your name? Zo? Oh, Zuri. Zuena needs her photos. The group leader or whoever is sending the photos. We have Wi-Fi. Send the photos to Zuena so that she can upload. Who has your photos? Go there and take your photos. Who has Zuena's photos? Zuena needs to upload. And we are not moving until she uploads. Hashtags and the tags. This is how we send our thank yous to our donors and partners. And visibility is part of fundraising. Don't forget to put in the photos. Have these people even... All right. Humans, where are your photos? Where are your uploads? Where is your message? Have you put the tags?
Yeah.
And the hashtags? Have you put the tags? Awesome. Put some of the... Okay. That's Instagram. Let's go. Everyone must do this. Because I need proof. So where have you uploaded? I always ask loudly.
We are still uploading.
I like the way people are always online. And then when you tell them to upload, it takes forever.
Exactly. The social media handles.
When you're serious. Babe, mama's boy.
Example.
Mama's boy. Have you written your statement? Yeah. And the hashtags and the tags?
Yes,
and the photo?
Exactly, yeah.
We need like 4 things. The hashtags, the tags, the photo, the statement. Yeah. Yes. Have you done yours, Talanta?
I'm doing it.
Okay. You're uploading on?
Twitter.
Don't worry. I'm very patient. Everyone must put it on.
We have done.
Hashtag. It has disappeared and you said you're on. You've done it. Show me. Okay. Have we done it? On which you're still sharing the pictures. You have 4 steps to go.
Yeah, I have it, but I don't know what happened.
Yeah. Your photos disappeared. Yeah. Don't worry, we have Wi-Fi. I'm coming round. Everyone must do this. Make sure your face is being seen somewhere. Okay, where are we putting it at? Twitter. Okay, have you already uploaded? Yes. The photo, the hashtag, the tags, and a statement. Have you uploaded?
I'm still downloading the picture.
Download just one.
The internet.
Download just one. Yeah. Where you can be seen. Yeah. Yes, and then upload it. Which status is that? Awesome. Awesome. Okay, where are we? Have you uploaded? Ah, you've already done your Facebook. I can see it. Oh, that's beautiful. And you? You know everybody has to do this. Let me tell you. My dearest, you cannot escape. This is how we say thank you. Can you upload it? Yes. Now. Thank you. With the hashtags and the tags. And this announcement is just yours. The tags and the hashtags are right behind you. Just me? Yeah, just you. I'm not telling everyone. Just you. Let's go, let's go, let's go. You are uploading on which one? IG, okay. Who has already, a number of people have already finished. Who has already finished? Who has already finished? Where are you uploading? Already done? You know I won't believe you. Show me where you have done. Okay. Remember to put the tags. Okay, don't write an essay. It's not like a political statement. It's just saying something in one sentence, and then make sure the tags are there, the hashtags. Don't become political. And then you remember the photos. And make sure nobody should write the venue of the event, please, for security purposes. Awesome. Nice. No. Make sure you don't write the venue. Most of us like to be seen in nice hotels. When I'm teaching about technology facilitated GBV, that's one key thing that we see that is so simple, yet people forget it. Do not put the venue of the place. That is a security issue. It becomes a security issue. Have we finished? I like the way when people are speaking, you are on social media, you're sending messages. When it comes to uploading these things, it takes forever. If I tell you to stop right now, you won't stop. Let me tell you. Where are you? You're at the beginning, Muhesh.
Just starting.
You're starting. Why? You know I will come back. You know me. You know I don't lie. I will visit again, Honorable. I will visit you. Everybody has to do this. Okay. Where are we? Where are we? Awesome. Okay, where are you? Don't worry, everybody gets asked. Let me see. You know I don't trust people. Oh, wow. That's nice. Have you put hashtag positive masculinity, hashtag now, and then the tag? Yeah. At least you can do another one and put Femnet and add ECPAT. Okay. Yeah. The tags are right behind. Make sure you have the tags. Make sure you have the tags. We are about to finish. At least most of you have already posted. Have you posted? Where? Don't worry, everybody gets asked. Don't worry. Everybody gets asked. On Instagram or? Let me see. Wow, it already has likes. And I know people are talking. Where are you at? Okay, awesome. On which, wherever? Twitter, good. Where are we? Don't worry, everybody gets asked. Everybody has to do this. Where are we?
On the tags.
You're on the tags?
Yes, Facebook.
Yes, Facebook can carry all of them. Okay, where are we? Oh, finally the photos arrived. Zuena finally update. Zuena finally got her photos. Okay, so which one are you updating? Yes, on which platform? Instagram. Okay. Oh, even her photos came. Where are you updating? Okay. And I'm coming back to check. This one, nobody escapes. This group, have you uploaded? Where? If you see people saying yes, they've done it. 4 people saying at the same time. Let me see the message. How did you message it? I'm very keen on the messaging. You did put a statement. You put the tags. You put the hashtags. You didn't say, I liked being in the Positive Masculinity Conference. Edit. Let's go. We're about to finish. The tags and the hashtags are right at the back. Have you finished? On? So you know I have to see. Oh, awesome. That is TikTok. That looks nice. That looks really nice. Okay, let's go. Have you uploaded? Oh, you are the people with the tululus. Is your phone? Are you appearing anywhere? Where? Did you take a photo with people? Which group? Where is the upload? You know I don't trust people. You know, you should know now that I have to see. The feminine group, where are they? Did they take a photo of you and have they uploaded? You're sure they have uploaded? Who has uploaded? I'm very good. Who is Benjamin? Benjamin, appear here by fire to see if you have uploaded. This is an exercise that everybody does in my sessions. Where is it? You know I don't believe people, Daniel. By now you should know. I like to see. Adults are nice. They can tell you they have just to chase you away. Like, go away, please, go away. You see now, where is it, Daniel? This is, I'm very sure this is not it. I'm very sure. Are we done?
Yes, I'm retweeting what they're doing now.
So we have a master here. She's retweeting what people have tweeted. So she's ahead of you. She's reposting. So those of you who are still uploading, have you uploaded? I can see it. Oh, that is the photo that we look like dots. We are so many. Where are we? Have you uploaded? You're uploading it now. Where is yours? I like this. I like that. Okay. Those ones who are leaving the table. Those ones who are leaving the table. I can see you running. Do not worry. I will catch up. I'm very patient. Have you uploaded? That is where you are going. Where is your photo? You took a group photo? No. Take a photo now. Go and take a photo. This exercise everybody has to do. We are 5 minutes to closing. Have you uploaded?
Yes.
And I ask loudly.
Evidence.
But I'm just asking you.
Hata nimepata two people have responded.
I know you're very happy.
Yes.
With yourself and your group. Yes. Okay.
Yet I posted from very early in the morning. So
no, me, I want the one for now.
So I have posted.
Were you in a group?
Yes.
You took the photo.
My picture there.
I want that one. With the tags. Awesome. You know I don't believe adults. Adults can answer you to tell you, please go away. Go away. Where are we? Huh? Where are you? Which one?
I want to post it on Twitter.
Make sure you put the tags, the ones behind, and hashtags, and a statement. That's a good photo. Okay, Fanny, where are you? So everyone start going back to your seats. I am this gentleman, Benjamin. Who is Benjamin? Who is Benjamin? Is there somebody called Benjamin here? Excuse me. Gentleman, Canon t-shirt, Canon shirt. Where is Benjamin? Did you post? Where? Bring it. I don't trust that you have to appear somewhere. So ladies and gentlemen, let's start going back to our seats. This is the part that is usually very difficult to get back people to their seats. Okay, we are good. Let's go back to our seats. Did you put the tags and the hashtags and the statement? Where is the statement? Why are you saying yeah quickly? Oh, you're saying yeah so that I finish. Benjamin. Everybody knows Benjamin. Thank you, people. Some of you, did you post? Where? Facebook. Okay, I'm very patient. I'll come there. Even if you say Instagram and you want to chase me away, don't worry. I'm very patient. I like everybody posting. Where the rapporteurs, where did you post? And you? FB. Did you put the tags and the hashtags and the statement? Okay. All right. Is that a photo or the phone is so dark I can't see? It's like, for example, I'm there and I'm not there. For example. Okay. My status. Okay. Where's yours? You even put music. Everyone, let's go back to our seats. This is the part that is very difficult, usually, to have everybody go back after this session. Let's go back to our seats. I'm very, very, very glad that you participated in this. Visibility is a very big part of fundraising. Let's go back. Let's go back so that we can.
a very interesting group. Do you remember our groups yesterday? Let me see group ones. Who are group one? Where were you? Group one? Where was group one? That side. And group two? That side. Group three? Here. Group four? 3 and 4, they were together as one. But I'm going to ask you to be 3 and 4. Okay, 5? Group 5, you are there? Group 6? Group 6. So we're going to go back into our groups. And what we've done is that we've just picked 3 questions, 3 areas of focus that I want us to work on. And they're very interesting. Actually, there are 2 areas. There are 3 areas, but each group will work only 2 areas, not 3. Okay? So I just want us to get into those groups and appoint a secretary, and we'll share the framework on soft copy. You'll come and pick it from us. I've shared with the organizing team. Make sure you are in a group so that we can be able to give them the framework. And it's interesting that we just identified these 2 days that we've been here, this being the 2nd day, we've done so much about positive masculinity and GBV. We don't want it to end here. We want to see, pick your brains, things that you want us to continue on with, and also look at some of the key stakeholders that who should be involved. We've already identified the stakeholders for you. CSOs, NGOs, NGOs, CBOs is one category. We know the private sector is another category. We've put GYWs and youth as another category. Girls and young women and youth. I know you're also youth, but we mean boys also included as another stakeholder, then government. So what you're going to do is that we're actually going to look at those 3 areas and be able to allocate some of the things you are proposing they can be able to do from now. What are some of the immediate things we can do? What are some of the actions that can be mid-term and which ones can be long-term? It's a very simple thing. I've given you that for each point you'll give only 3 roles, not many. If you can do more, the better. But so that once you fill them in, we come and present them, and within 10 minutes we are gone. Is that okay? Is that clear? We want, and please discuss as a group and agree on what you want to put on paper. Don't just put your own points only. At times we end up taking our points to mean the group points. Whatever points you discuss on, agree on, and just be able to put it down as what can be done by government, what can be done by CSOs, what can be done by CSW on those 3 areas. One of the areas we've identified is the whole issue of engaging boys and men, and the whole issue of femicide that you talked about this morning as one category. Then we are going to look at another big area of technology. How are we using technology? How do we want to use technology? And the 3rd area is about the AU, the last presentation by our brother there. How do we want our countries to engage with the AU? Very interesting areas, but very simple. So group 1, group 3, group 5. Group 1, group 3. Who are the leaders of those groups? Group 1 was your leader? Is your leader still here? Okay, you will identify your leader. Group 1, just write group 1, group 3, group 4, group 5. You are doing question 1 and question 3. Okay, question 1 and? Is that clear? You are doing question 1 and question 3. Group 2, group 4, group 6. You are doing question 2 and 3. Okay? The even numbers we are doing 2 and 3. The odd numbers we are doing 1 and 3. Can we get back into our groups? And I'm giving you a maximum of 30 minutes. 20 minutes if you can finish, that will be better. Then we can be able to present and be able to go to our closing. So can we move? Group 1 is here, group 2 is over there, 3 here, 4 here, 5 and 6. Let's get, if you don't have a group, please, I'll allocate you a group. Let's move very fast and share an email with us so that we can be able to share with you the framework. Sasawa. Those who are not in any group, we can ask you to join any of the groups, but I think I'll want to guide you on those. Let's move fast, guys. There's no group here. Stop sitting here. Move to your group. Appoint a leader as a chair. Appoint somebody as a secretary. And also, please use a laptop. Make sure you have a laptop, because we want to type those things directly into the laptop. We are not writing. No writing today. We're using technology. Okay? So every group, make sure you have a laptop. If you don't have one, see me. I can give you mine. Make sure in every group you have a laptop. I'll give you a group. You also don't have a group from Sudan? Group is here? Group 4. If you don't have a group, I'll give you a group. Can we sit? You people, what group are you in? You know that lady? She's your sister. Talk to her well. Yes.
My sister, you're most welcome.
This group
Sorry? You can stand so that you can be able to be captured by our camera person. Introduce yourself and just share on your points for the first group. Thank you. Let's pay attention, please. Let's stop there. We shall continue after tea so that we can continue discussing. And let's all face where group 1 is. Let's pay our attention. She has the floor. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Restina Bagala. I'm from Uganda, and I'm presenting on behalf of Group 1. I'll go on with the first question that requests for strategies of engaging men and boys in gender justice in ending GBV, including child sexual exploitation cases in sports. So, under stakeholders, we're going to start with the civil society organizations, and we have a number of activities. The first activity is sensitization and education on positive parenting, gender justice, GBV, among others. Intentional engagement of government in the programs. Create male-led initiatives that will work against GBV. Educating coaches on appropriate behavior while interacting with children. Excuse me, am I given an opportunity to explain or just reading what we've written?
You just read, just the main points. Don't explain.
Okay.
We already know the explanation.
Okay.
Just the main points so that we can be able to move on. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And then lastly, generating gender disaggregated data on GBV cases. Collaborating partners, faith-based organizations, county governments, duty bearers, those are the community leaders, and then cultural leaders. Then you have also UN agencies, Ministry of Gender, Ministry of Sports, among others. Male ally networks, Men Engage, Africa Alliance, education institutions, Ministry of Education and Sports. Time frame for all these activities is ongoing. Then the next stakeholder is girls and young women and young persons. The first strategy is incorporating male champions in girls and young women-led movements, like that she leads, using women as champions and influencers of change, creating safe spaces for both boys and girls, then also using social media and storytelling as strategies. Collaborating partners, girls and young women-led movements, religious institutions, women's circles, inter-religious council of churches in Kenya, social media influencers. The time frame is ongoing for all the strategies. Then the next stakeholder is the private sector and business community. The first strategy is economic empowerment for both men and women. Then developing mainstreaming and enforcing gender aware and sensitive policies within their companies. And the collaborating partners, we have the companies, ministries of our trade, among others. Time frame is ongoing. Should I proceed to question 2? Okay. So that's the second question or question Philly has allocated reads, awareness. We are looking at strategies on awareness, raising and advocacy around the ratification of the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. And the first stakeholder is the civil society organizations, establishing programs to push the agenda, then mass utilization of media and dialogues, localization of the convention, creation of a popular version that can be understood by everyone, then translating the convention into local languages. Collaborating partners, national and county governments, time frame is ongoing. And the next stakeholder, girls and young women and young persons, strategies amplifying their stories, creating media campaigns, deconstructing gender norms, well-structured movements to disseminate the convention. Collaborating partners, girls and young women and young persons-led movements, youth movements or groups, and then grassroots movements. Time frame ongoing. Then lastly, the last stakeholder is the private sector. The strategy is intentional collaboration with the CSOs, collaborating partners, CSOs, time frame ongoing. That is all about our presentation. And thank you to my group members for putting up all this together.
Thank you. Let's give them a clap. I think they have raised very important points. Group 3 and Group 5, if there's some points they have raised, please don't repeat them. Okay? Yeah, so Group 3, can we have Group 3? You'll come and share. You have the floor. You can use the slides. Group 5 also be ready to use the slides so that we can be able to see. Let's move a bit fast. Somebody to present, somebody to come over this side. Who is presenting? Josephine. Oh, you? Okay. You want to do from here? Okay. So you want a mic?
Yes. So because of time, I think I'll just read through. So our question, we handled question 1 and question 3. So question 1 was strategies of engaging men and boys in gender justice in ending GBV, including CSEC in sports. So for the first slot was on civil society organizations, NGOs and CBOs. Our activities, some of our activities that we came up with are engaging men and boys through community dialogues, and also having intergenerational dialogues within our communities. Also policy advocacy. Another thing was on develop male-led groups, which is very important in our communities these days. And our last point was involvement of young people in all levels of decision making, plus design, implementation, monitoring, and reporting and evaluation. Collaborating partners are media, community, and also state and non-state actors. The second was on GYW and young persons. And our first activity was mentorship programs, and also having sports tournaments. And our last activity was community sensitization through storytelling and art and drama. And for those who had the privilege of having me, hearing me rap in the morning, that was also one of the parts of community sensitizations through art. Yes. Our collaborating partners are male gender champions. We also have non-governmental organizations and youth empowerment centers. For the last slot was on private sector and business communities. We have CSR to include gender justice in ending gender-based violence, and advocating for national affirmative actions within companies, like, for example, employment policies to include the third gender rule, and also gender-sensitive HR policies to include issues of unpaid workers. And then our second question, which was question 3, was on awareness raising and advocacy around the ratification of AU conventions on ending violence against women and girls. And the first slot, which was on civil society organizations, was on our first activity was capacity building and capacity strengthening, and then lobbying for ratification of the AU CE violence against women and girls, and also allying with policymakers in all sectors, including private sectors and influencers. And then also about GYWs and young persons, having peer-to-peer learning, which means me and you coming together to learn the various things that are relevant to the issues that we face. And then community influencers, having community influencers, and also using the social media as a platform for engagement, and also having campaigns. And our last slot was on private sector and business communities. Number one was to organize and sponsor workshops and forums, and including aspects of AU in business exhibitions. Thank you.
Wow. Let's clap for group 3. I think they have done a wonderful job. Thank you. I know you didn't put the time frame. You decided you don't want to tell us when you are doing that. But I think that's a very good attempt on the 2 questions. And I think I'm seeing a good thread of the issues that we need to do running through. And for question 3, I think those are innovative ideas that we have. Can we go group 5 very fast? If you 5.
Good evening, everyone. How are you? So I'm going to be presenting the work done by Group 5. So we were handling question 1 and 3. For the first one, we put in, for the question is strategies of engaging men and boys in gender justice, in ending GBV and commercial sexual exploitation of children in sports. So the first one, we said for the CSOs, the activity is intentional, having intentional projects that are targeting men. This will make them own the projects, and our collaborating partners are donors, community-based structures like the Nyumba Kumi and Chiefs and the government for data. That should read the data. For data, the time frame is now. For the girls and young women and young persons, we said that they need to work with men and boys as allies, and we also say that they need to create and support safe spaces where the boys and men are free to engage with them. For these ones, our collaborating partners are CSOs, community-based structures, and experts like lawyers, police officers, and paralegals. For this one, we said it's an ongoing activity, and it's also something that needs to be, for the places that it's not ongoing, we need to start. For the private sector and business communities, we say that through their CSR, they should be proactive in resourcing male-led initiatives. And for this one, the collaborating partners is the government and the CSOs. And the time frame is now. I'm presenting for both questions. Okay. So the third question was on awareness raising and advocacy around ratification of the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. So the CSOs, we said that they need to localize and translate the AU Convention to reach more people at the grassroots level, and also to push for the government to ratify the convention. So this one, the collaborating partners we've said is the government, and the time frame is now and after ratification, because for example, for you to localize and translate, that is going to be done after ratification. For the girls and young women, they're going to organize forums to pass information on the AU Convention. And for this one, we feel like the collaborating partners time frame after ratification. For private sector and business community, what they can do is resource focus group discussions to sensitize communities on the AU Convention. The collaborating partners here would be CSOs, government, girls and young women. This will be done after the ratification. Nipigieni makofi.
Thank you, Glenn. She wants clap for her. Better claps. Yeah. Another point.
No, we have AOB. As we overwork. So we realize that the AU Convention does not include positive masculinity in sports and entertainment, and we would like to push for it to be included, or Yes, to be included in one of those articles.
Wow, wow. Okay, you already have work. Hey, you have a lot of work. Thank you. I'm just wondering on the presentation. Glenn, thank you for that good presentation. Were there Ugandans in that group of other people? How do you call Nyumba Kumi in Uganda? You know, you refer to Nyumba Kumi. I'm wondering in Uganda is called Nyumba how many? Yeah. How do you call them? Mayumba Kumi. So you'll have written Mayumba, but you're already Nyumba. So I'm sure you understand Nyumba Kumi. So let us also bring in some examples from the other countries, from South Sudan, from Uganda, from Bamako, Mali, so that we only don't talk about Kenya. I'm hoping you captured some points in that area, okay? So those were the three groups that were discussing question 1 and 3. And again, we are going to summarize the whole of it together. There are key important issues that have come through. What I didn't see coming so strongly is the whole issue of sports. I think only the last group has raised it, but the other two groups, you didn't raise it. And the group 3, you didn't have any collaborators at all. Maybe you need to re-examine before we leave that you can be able to give in a few of the actors that we need to work with. So let's give the 3 groups a round of a clap for doing a good job. As group 2 comes. Group 2, are you there? Let's look at group 2 who are doing question 2 and question 5. Is your presentation here? You've already sent? Okay. Yeah, group 4, have you also sent? Let's go very fast. We have little time. Come over. Where are you? The presenter. Kenny, you have your group. Kenny, you can come and make your presentation. You're already here. Let's start with group 4 since they are ready and you're doing the same question. So group 2, we are waiting for your question.
Hi everyone. This is our esteemed, well and informed group. We had consolidated our brains and came up with this presentation. So what can be done to increase knowledge and awareness on digital safety, femicide, GBV in online spaces? Our first key stakeholder was the civil society, where we thought capacity building would be good, but people were having other information. So we were also giving room. So there was the staff that also needs to be trained, the GIW, and the community and men as well. Advocacy, media also being a good ally in terms of us incorporating them in our activity. Partnerships and collaborations, and then resource mobilizations. And under resource mobilization, someone brought the issue of funding is going away. I think that's the best word I can use. It is gone. So it is good that we also do local funding, just trying to get mobilization and resources from our local partners. GYW, train of trainees, social media campaigns, looking at the big number and statistics that clearly states how young people are using social media. And then we also had community mobilization. In collaboration under the CSO, we had the government, we have data institutions, which have said, yes, we are doing advocacy, but are we being practical in adding in the data institutions? And then under the GIW, we had the gatekeepers, the women leaders, youth-led movement. So for us, I think you can notice, we wrote girls and young women, and then young persons, and then someone said, why are we not having boys into that bracket? So it's good when we are disaggregating, let us be holistic. And then we have the private sector, positive messaging on their products. We were given an example of South Africa. They branded their beers. Whatever happens, there is no excuse. If GBV happens, whether you are intoxicated or not, there is no excuse. So you just drink your alcohol, but please do not interfere with other people. So it was on positive messaging. Team, I'm supposed to be multitasking. Can I have support from my team, please? Yes. And then on the collaboration and partners, we had labor unions, trade unions. We also saw FCFTA being a very good partner in that. On our time frame, we do not have much detail, so we said everything will be continuous. I'm moving to the next question. So tuko kwa awareness raising and advocacy. around the ratification of the AU Convention on Ending Violence. So civil society will be lobbying political leaders. We didn't say majorly women leaders because we felt who has a bigger percentage in our political landscape. It was a question. So we decided to write political leaders, organize regional forums, and then also writing petitions. Our collaborating partners, media, government, ministries of gender, sport, health, all those people are there. And then the GYW will also be lobbying localization of the conversation, capacity building of the community. Private sector will help us in funding and then also on research and data. And then public pledges in supporting the ratification. They stand and they say us as this institution, we also support the ratification of the African Union Convention on Ending Women and Violence. Still time, continuous. I think we have finished.
Everything is continuous on this group. Thank you. Let's give them a clap. Thank you very much. Please keep updating your points because we are going to have a little discussion at the end of this. Would that be okay? Let's now have group 2. Have the mic. We have very few minutes to the end, so let us go as fast as we can. Okay. Fine.
Switch one. Yes, sir. Switch one.
Group 2 will not see you. I think just come with your laptop.
So there's someone with a highlight.
Yeah, that's someone. No. Whatever is on the slide is you, group 6. Oh. Let's clap for group 6. Okay, let's bring a laptop. I think a message has not come. Okay, where will I be?
Yeah. Good afternoon. Good evening, sorry. How are you all?
We are well.
So for group 6, we were tackling question 2, which was what can be done to increase knowledge and awareness on digital safety, femicide and GBV in online spaces to end violence against women and girls. And under our civil society organization, we talked about number 1, community sensitization on online harassment, laws and policies. That is, we have laws on cyber bullying, harassment, but the community do not understand what the laws depict. So for civil society organizations, their first activity we wrote was community sensitization. Number 2, train girls and young women on digital safety and host community dialogues. And then we have established safe reporting channels for online GBV survivors. That is ensuring that we use a survivor-centered approach where the girls and young women who have gone online GBV can use their stories. That is, once they have given out consent, they can use their stories to humanize the situation, to be able to help the society and the people out there to understand how GBV affects them. And then we have provide support services, that is emotional, legal, and psychological for survivors of online gender-based violence. And our collaborating partners, we have the Katiba Institute, Kenya Human Rights Commission, yes. Yes, you're correct. Yeah, TDH, NGEC, tech companies, FIDA, that one is supposed to be clerks, not clicks, sorry. Clerks of the National Assembly. We have media houses, AMWIC, and then we also cannot forget collaborating with men as our allies. And then time, 3 months, yes. They say the first month will be being able to convince the community and the government on ensuring that the policies are implemented, and then the second month is the implementation of the policies, and then the third month, what was it, Adele? Yes, that one. And then we have the stakeholders being GAW and young persons. We have, the first one is girls and young women to hold interactive workshops and events on digital safety and GBV. Interactive workshops such as this event that you are in right now. And then we have online advocacy with influencers to spread awareness. We saw how femicide was able to, it reached a number of people because of the influencers who are part of the online campaign. So if you can be able to involve influencers in our campaigns, it will be able to spread awareness on online technology facilitated GBV. And then we have school and campus advocacy to address online harassment. That is holding dialogue and open forums in schools for girls and young men, and also for young people to be able to address how GBV affects them and how they can be able to curb GBV in the campus and in the schools. And then we have for girls and young women to attend public participation to push for funding on online GBV prevention by the government and by other stakeholders. Collaborators, we have the Baraza Lab, healthcare providers, Akilidada, Men Allies, and FIDA, and then it's ongoing. Yeah. And then under the private sector and business community, we have number 1, develop and enforce workplace policies on online harassment and digital GBV. Because we have at work, we have girls and young women being harassed online by either their colleagues and other people that they work with. So as our private sectors and business community, they can enforce and develop policies. And then we have invest in employee training on digital safety, online ethics, and gender sensitivity. The private sector can invest in training their employees on how they can be able to be safe online. And then we have support survivor-friendly reporting systems with companies and platforms. And then the last one, partner with NGOs and youth groups to co-create awareness and campaigns. Because we said you cannot work alone. We need to work as a team to bring about togetherness in order to end gender-based violence. So for the private sector, they can also partner with different NGOs and youth groups. So collaborators, we have tech companies, and we have NGOs and advocacy groups for training, awareness campaigns, and survivor support. We have the government agencies to ensure that there's compliance with the regulation, support policy advocacy. And then lastly, we have legal advisors to help create safe reporting channels and understand legal frameworks. Others, first we wrote parents, because we feel like parents are important stakeholders when it comes to online safety. So we, number 1, talk openly with children about online behavior, consent, and respect. Monitor and guide online activity without invading privacy. Yes. And then educate themselves on digital platforms, trends, and online risks. So, because there's a friend of mine who told me her mother was scammed because she didn't understand how to operate online, she was scammed, she was stolen from. So for parents also, we should not assume that they understand, what happens online. So they should also educate themselves on digital safety. Yes, and collaborators, schools and teachers, parent associations, that is PTAs in schools, and boards. We have local NGOs and child protection groups for training. And then we have government child welfare departments for policies, reporting, and legal help. It's ongoing, yes. So, the third question, awareness raising and advocacy around the ratification of the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. This was when Tim was telling us you have only half a minute. So the first one was education and information, ensuring that we educate the community on the AU Convention, first of all, for them to understand what it's all about. And then campaigns and petition. We campaign for the ratification of the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. Stakeholder engagement, that is the girls and young women, the government, and the youth. And then we have lobbying policymakers, lobbying the government to ensure that they ratify the convention here in the different countries. And then we have public media outreach. That is ensuring that we use the media intentionally for us to be able to share the information on the AU Convention and how the people can be able to understand what it's about and how it can help the girls and young women against violence, and then community mobilization and monitoring and accountability. That is tracking the ratification progress of the AU Convention. So we didn't have time to write the collaborating partners and the time. Yes.
Thank you, Group 6. Let's clap for them. I think they did a wonderful job. You heard Mwalimu for your presentation. She's known as Mwalimu if you don't. She's Madam Teacher. So thank you very much, Madam Teacher. And I think that group had a lot of comprehensive information, just like the other groups. Let's clap for yourself. You did so well, and the rest of the group. So let's listen to Group 2. We wanted to finish at 4:30, so we only have like 3 minutes to finish before we do our closing. And Aflin, you have the floor. I don't know that you have the mic, so that you can also share with us. Then we'll have just 2 minutes just to be able to wrap it up before we all leave. Okay, is it accepting?
No, he didn't send. Okay, good evening. Amunijibu, good evening. How are you? Okay, so we were doing question 2. So under the key stakeholders, the activity was for the CSO to support in the development of the manuals with regards to digital safety. I remember she did one on the with the Gender Rules Committee when it comes to PADV Act. See, she leads mnakumbuka hiyo. Yes, and then another one is the CSO to also, you know, they have the linkages and also to one government body and this other. So the network. So when they hold workshops like this, because we're just complementing what the government is doing, so they can support in holding workshops on digital literacy and also holding our government accountable to what laws and also the policies that they have formulated. So collaborating partners, of course, these are young people, and also we have to collaborate also with the government and local actors and also the private sector. So this one is done quarterly. And when it comes to GIW and young persons, so this one, the activity is on creation of awareness, because we understand that not all of us are the same. Some are, when it comes to digital, they are not that aware. So, and then some are just ignorant. So we have to bring them at par so that we can move together. So that awareness on digital literacy. And then another key one is on peer-to-peer mentorship or peer-to-peer awareness. You know, when, you know, like right now there's the Gen Zs and the baby boomers, vintage buddies, so and the millennials. So when we have that peer-to-peer creation of awareness, when a person like me teaching another person of the same age group something, I understand best. And also, we also need the sensitization in the learning institution. Like right now we have the CBC, so why don't we take this knowledge also to the young people in the primary schools, and also cascade it up to the technical institutes in Kenya, so that we can curb this vice. So our collaborating partners are the Ministry of Education, of course. Right now you heard the one for Butere. They're saying this guy is not a teacher, TSC, and stuff like that, so they have to be there. And also the Ministry of ICT, local administration, and also other key collaborating partners here, the religious people, or the religion spaces. They are key here. So this one is also done quarterly. And then now when we go to the private sectors and business community, we know that these people, they have money. So one thing is they'll provide kind of financial support, and also monitoring tools to track incident of online GBV and digital literacy among girls. So collaborating partners are young people, government agencies, we have Safaricom, and also we have the AI, CEO, and stuff like that. So we are thinking big. You remember CAC and ECPAT having one of the girls in Dubai to discuss with the Facebook CEOs and other media. So Feni, wanaitwa media moguls. Yes, media moguls, yes, at the We Protect Global. So we really want to influence the policies that this Facebook come up with. Are they really friendly to our kids at home? Are they understanding it? Yes, so that is why we want to collaborate with the likes of Mark Zuckerberg, Apple, the Cooks, and so forth. You know, Cook for Apple. Yes. And then now we go to the last one on awareness raising and advocacy around ratification of the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women. So when we were in our group, we were just wondering, these policies, there are so many. You guys, you want our government to ratify everything, and then we can't even track how far are we with the Maputo and the SIDO. So we're just thinking, why don't we be done with this one and ensure that it is somewhere? But again, we just have to do it. So we provided some insights. So one activity is to simplify the policy to a language that we as young people can understand best, and also add some graphics to it for the young people to understand. Yeah, like, you know, the silos. The one we're having on Twitter and on X. So when it comes to GIW and young persons, what we'll be doing with them is to engage them in coming up with the infographics to attract young people. So for us to kind of have the young people being engaged, we have to have them part and parcel of developing these infographics that can pass message to their fellow young people. And then peer-to-peer engagement also coming up, and also campaign, online campaign, like the ones we did for the Gen Z, and also ensuring that the budget is understood by that woman in the rural area. And then also our collaborating partners were cutting across. We have government, young people, private sectors cutting across. And then the last one is also under key stakeholder, under private and business community. We have to be present in those participations. Like right now, the Ending Violence Convention on Ending Violence, it was online, but some of our youths were not aware about it. So why don't we have this, the public participation, when we have like those budgetary participation, why don't we just have a slot in for this? You know, even in business forums or in business communities, these things are happening, the violences are happening. So why don't we have a slot when we are discussing that budgets, and also just ensuring these budgets are gender responsive, and also the government also ensures that it slots a budget for this. Yes, so this one is done quarterly, and also we also looked into the gender parities in the employment sectors. Are they really aware of this AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women? Because they happen in our businesses and stuff like that when it comes to the disparities in our payments. We also need a leave, the menstrual leave. Thank you so much.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Let's clap for group 2. Thank you for finishing up in a very good way. Thank you, Evelyn. And I know we didn't see, but we saw through other eyes. Yeah. So as I just want to say thank you to all. Let's clap a round of, because we did so well. And you still have the laptops. I request that you can still add. Just wanted to add in only 2 interventions or 2 comments, then we can be able to move on to our next session. You have the mics with you from the Kajiado County, and I don't know if any you come from which county. Okay. Is it working? Just speak up, we can hear you.
Can everyone hear? Use the mic. Use the mic.
Now it is. Sorry. I have one concern, actually. I believe that in all our sub-counties we have youth empowerment centers, right? Are there sub-counties that do not have youth empowerment centers? In Kenya.
Counties. In
Kenya,
yeah.
yes. I am being biased to Kenya right now.
Just make your point.
Okay, so I believe that the Youth Empowerment Center was established to respond to unique challenges like the access to ICT, that is among the youths, and also guidance and counseling and stuff to do with drugs. But also, there was a program that was established recently under YEC still, that was on, I think something to do with sports and promoting talent. And the key word here is youth. It is a youth empowerment center. But for example, where I come from, our youth empowerment center has a very old, it's being led. This is an opportunity for youths to, challenge the that has been put on us. So I think it is also up to us to go out there, for lack of a better word. Okay. So, but that is my concern, to be leading.
Thank you. Opportunities are grabbed, they're not given. So make sure you grab it. That's why we're here to enable you to.
Brother, thank you for giving me this chance. I have one concern.
Introduce
Jonas Omwenga, I am from the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action. I have one concern. I don't know, but I thought the government is the major stakeholder. Huh?
It's okay. If you finish, actually,
I have finished. That's my concern.
The last biggest stakeholder on it's okay.
Good evening.
Evening.
My name is Esther. I just one concern to ECPAT, so that you guys can understand what as.
I want to assure you, government was one of the biggest stakeholders that we've been making recommendation to. Maybe it just missed you out, but
the national youth councils within the different countries that we have, because it's a very big entity and it's a good entry point for even the African Union to be ratified. Because if you're saying that the young people will be involved meaningfully, even within Kenya and across Africa, then we need to have a unified entity, which is the National Youth Council.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all the contributions. The workshop is just starting. Maybe we'll finish tomorrow morning. But I think, thank you all the groups. Let's keep working on what we have, because they are not complete. And I think the more people are presented, the more you get points to add into your points. I know question 1 was well done on sensitization. It came out very well. And what we need to do. Question 2, I think it was also very well tackled, although I only heard about AI from one group. The other groups didn't serve so much on AI. I really want us to focus on that area. Nyata was from UNESCO was here sharing with us a lot on AI. And group 3, I think somebody was talking about SIDO, Uganda. Who is from Uganda here? Uganda, if you are from Uganda, raise your hand, or if you are from me, originally from Uganda, now Kenya. How many are about SIDO? How much are you doing in Uganda on SIDO? Quiet. Why am I asking that? The SIDO committee is made up of 21 members from the UN member countries. And Uganda has somebody in that committee finishing her term this year. So I really expected you to be doing a lot about SIDO. And I'm just challenging those who are interested in SIDO that there are elections every even years. They have some of the ideas. Then involvement of policymakers. I know we are trying our level-based. She leads was about policymakers, domain 3. But I think we need to do more so that we can be able to get more policymakers on the table the way we had them yesterday, not just for the opening, but staying through with us. So thank you very much. Please, let's take those points and see how we can be able to use it within our organizations, within our groups, the SHIELD groups, and also be able to work with our counties or districts, for those countries that have districts like Uganda, and ROCs. You know what ROCs are? Yeah, I work with the ROCs so that they can be able to work with them and also see how we can be able to push them to the AU and even to the international level. So thank you very much. Sorry we took a bit long, but I think this was important to conclude this, but let the discussion continue. We don't stop the discussion here. I think what will be so important for this workshop is what another teacher told me, that education is what remains after you forget all you learned in school. So for this workshop, what remains after you forget the food you ate here is what will be what took you home as a positive masculine. So thank you very much for this session, and I want to welcome our moderator to be able to take us to the next session. Asanteni na Mungu awabariki.
Awesome.
Oh, and I have this. If you lost this, I'm told somebody lost it.
Yes, and this one.
The watch you can give me, I don't have one. But this one, I don't. The earphones are not in. It's just the pod itself. If you want to charge your earphones.
And I don't know if Nurat is still here because somebody wanted to give her her laptop charger. I don't know if they finally got it. You have it? Okay, somebody yesterday had it, and I think they were looking for her. And also there's some earphones that I left with at the registration team. Please, please, please give a team a hearty clap. Thank you so much for taking us through that session. You can go back to your seats. You can go back to your seats because we want to just wind up. It is you. We were looking for the owner. And I think, oh, and there is a jacket. Oh, the jacket was, the owner was found. Wow, okay. Yeah, that's the reaction. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being a very good sport, especially for these 2 days. We are now at the closing session. That is going to be, we're going to be taken through by Betty Habene. Betty, you just have 10 minutes. Imagine after all that, 10 minutes only. And they're the true 10 minutes. She's going to be looking at summary key learnings and takeaways. You have only 10 minutes so that we can wind up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Hope you don't take up my 10 minutes. So, first of all, thank you so much, and I would like to congratulate you upon the 2 journeys, the 2 days that we've been through, and it has really been a success. Can we please celebrate ourselves? Use anything. You can clap your hands, you can stamp, like any form of celebration. I'm not seeing the vibe in the house. Can you celebrate yourself upon the I had the other table alone. Can you celebrate the achievements that we've got for these 2 days? Can we start? That table looking at me. Okay. It's okay. So I would like to appreciate you for the time you've given in, for the ideas you've given in. Indeed, positive masculinity is a responsibility of not only girls or boys, but it is a collective responsibility. So now I'd like to learn from you all. What are your key takeaways? Remember, we are not learning this and leaving it here, but we are now going to do action in our countries, in our counties, and in our districts. So I have 9 minutes left. And I want to give opportunity to a few members to give us what they have learned out of the sessions. You can give us what you've learned in the sessions today and what is your takeaway out of those lessons learned. Can I have opportunity to only 6 members, so first come, first serve. Okay, 1.
Thank you very much. What I'll take with me to my workplace is that as a legislative drafter, it is important for us to actually learn from you, take from you, and put it in paper and make sure that we implement it. We've realized that most of the times we decide what's good for you. We take your views as noises and obstacles on how to run our work. But after this, I've just discovered that you have a lot that we can take from and actually make sure that we put proper legislations in place that can help to change the other generations to come. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. In brief, we need youth involvement in all levels of decisions and planning. Any other person, what are your key takeaways? The hand is there. I'm left with 4 people. So you're not raising your hand. Don't raise on the last minute, please. Okay.
Thank you. My key takeaway is that as Gen Zs, since we are faceless, tribeless, we should also be violentless. Yes.
Wow, thank you so much. You know, we are seen in the other image that we like violence, we are noisemakers, but now we need to show them that we are youths of action. We are youths who influence change and we love change. Any other person, what have you learned out of this? Another hand is there.
Yeah, so I've learned on challenging gender norms. So from tomorrow, I'm going to start challenging my gender norms. What are they called? Gender norms?
So give us some of the gender norms that you're going to challenge.
Not now, I will say later. But there are several.
Okay.
Because of time, you know, we have a few minutes.
Okay, because of time, can we have one person give us some of the gender norms that were shared yesterday? One person, just one person. And you be brief. You list them so that our brother knows what he's going to challenge. Okay, want someone to tell us some of the gender norms that were shared yesterday? Okay.
One of it is like men are not meant to cry. Like they should not show up their emotions. Thank you.
That men are supposed to be strong. Another person to give us one gender norms, then we go to the key takeaways. Our sister was here, she shared a lot of gender norms. Even our moderator was enjoying, but us, where were we? Yet we are supposed to take action on those issues. Yes, please.
Another gender norm is like the one that they say that men are like balloons. They like to keep things to themselves. I think like it's a challenge. They should find like spaces and like platforms where they can talk and open up.
Yes, I think that comes because they're not so much empowered as women. So you find they're still kept in the other situation. When a man speaks out, it's like, even you? We are disappointed in you. Yet we are all human beings, we are all affected, we are all emotional. So this is not only on men, but we all have a responsibility of challenging the negative social norms. And they differ because we come from different contexts and different backgrounds. So some of them come out of ignorance. We are following what existed from our grandies, our parents, and now this is what we are taking on, not knowing that it is affecting us. Any other person having a key takeaway? Yes, please. Okay.
Okay, my takeaway, as if I go back to South Sudan, we're going to include men to be our alliance, so that we should challenge the gender, the GBV. And secondly, it's a recommendation to African Union, as we know that in South Sudan, the 72 populations are youths. And it's the youths that are going through the current tension that is happening in the country, whether being on the side of the GBV, or maybe in this, the conflict that is going on. So at least let the African Union put more pressure on this, our leaders, so that they should domesticated the international and the regional convention so that at least it has to be applied in the country. Because currently now, the youths of South Sudan, they are hopeless. They don't know what they don't know what they will be doing actually, but at least we need the support from the African Union. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Male involvement and then support in domestication of the conventions and policies. Yes, please.
Yeah, my name is Maureen from YWCA Kenya, and what I want to say is that the survivors and the victims of violence need to take up the space. They need to, step up on these platforms and speak up so that they can encourage men just keep quiet for themselves.
So much we need survivor stories. Instead of us standing up and we are like, youths are affected. If we have someone that went through that experience or that situation and that person is brought in board, most of us can learn from that person and maybe get to change based on what he or she went through. Lastly, Sylvia.
From the very first panel,
yes,
I think it was Mr. Okotha. I don't remember. He was to do something with security. He talked about giving safe spaces to survivors to speak up for themselves, and also having trained personnel, and even having sign language, someone to take care of the people with disabilities or those who cannot speak. I think we should take that back, because even in our police stations in Uganda, you can go and someone cannot speak and there's no sign language interpreter, and the space is not favorable enough for them to speak up. So I think we can also take that back. Then Fanny also left us with a question. I think she was still on that panel. She said, how intentional are we in including young people in policy advocacy? Because those policies are there and consultations are being made, but young people are not being included. So we can also take that back home.
Okay, thank you so much. That was the last hand. Asking ourselves how intentional are we in being involved in decision making, but do we look for those spaces? The fact is, no one is going to look for you in your house and is like, do you know what, Betty, you come and engage in this, if you don't show yourself that you're there. So thank you so much. As I conclude, I would like to inform you that we are all held accountable. We didn't come here to sit, network only, but we've come here to change and also cause change in our communities. Thank you so much. Journey mercies as you're going back, and may the good Lord bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please give her another round of applause. Just before we call Honorable Milka and have Willie Buloso do the vote of thanks, can we have everybody, you remember the notepads we have, can you get a page out? Remove a page, one page that is not written anything. Everybody, this is for everybody. And she's called, who are my helpers? So we do this before Honorable Milka comes and the vote of thanks is done. One fresh paper. So here is the question I want you to answer. There are two questions and you'll give them to me. Immediately you're done. What was your key takeaway during the 2-day conference? Please write that question down and answer it. And write it clearly, because the rapporteurs are going to be getting those for compiling. What was your key takeaway? I know we've shared verbally, but I'd like every single person to engage with these two questions. Please respond to that question. You have only 1 minute. What was your key takeaway? Like if anybody asks you when you get out and you went there, what did you learn? What was one key takeaway that stood out for you within the 2 days? One key takeaway. If you have two, you can write. Make sure your handwriting is, it can be read without glasses. It is not a doctor's handwriting that is mysterious. One key takeaway. for within the 2 days. Please write it on a fresh paper. I want those papers. Write it on a fresh paper. I want those papers. The second question, have we finished that? The second question, one key recommendation to the organizers. One key recommendation to the organizers. If you want us to improve on something, what is it? Give a suggestion. If it is a subject that is missing, if it is something you wanted engaged on and it wasn't, you will really help us for the next conference. As we engage on the next level, it is going to help us improve. So the first question is, what was your key takeaway? And the second question is, what is your one key recommendation to the organizers? Fanny, please pick it up, pick the papers from the tables together with, who is Claudia? My helpers. Pick the papers, all of them, the answers. Everyone, please participate in this to help us get better for our next engagement. Give us details. Have clarity to help us to engage better. Are we done? I deliberately made sure there were just 2. I didn't want too many. Okay, those who have finished? Everyone? Have they picked? Okay. Do you have yours? Government. Where is yours? Government, where is your key recommendation? Oh, wow, thank you. We're waiting for you. Fanny, Claudia here. Everyone give me that. Give our beautiful ladies those recommendations and key takeaways. They will really help us in our next engagement. And thank you for taking part in that. I would like to call Honorable Milka Areba, Chairperson, Mombasa County Assembly, Women's Society, for the closing remarks. Thank you very much. You have 5 minutes, Mheshimiwa. Karibu sana. Please give her a clap, an encouraging clap. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll make sure I make it short. And I must say that I'm privileged to be the one to give the closing remarks. So, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and fellow change makers, as we draw the curtains on this incredibly insightful and impactful 2-day regional workshop on positive masculinity and the fight against gender-based violence, I wish to extend my deepest appreciation to each one of you for your dedication, energy, and unwavering commitment to this vital cause. The theme of our gathering, empowering girls and young women for transformative leadership by fighting GBV and addressing toxic masculinity, has echoed powerfully in every panel discussion, breakout session, and conversation we have shared over these past 2 days. It's a call to action that reminds us that change does not occur in isolation. It requires bold leadership, cross-sector collaboration, and a clear vision rooted in justice and equality. We have deepened our understanding of the many faces of gender-based violence in homes, in digital spaces, in schools, and in political and social systems. And we have also been reminded that the fight against GBV cannot be won without transforming harmful gender norms and confronting toxic masculinity at its roots. It is clear that empowering girls and young women is not only about providing them with skills and knowledge, it is about creating enabling environments where their voices are heard, respected, and acted upon. It's about building systems that support their leadership, protect their rights, and allow them to thrive in both physical and digital spaces. The conversations we have had on the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, on the role of male allies, on digital safety and online sexual exploitation are not just academic. They are blueprints for action, not just for Kenya, but for Africa as a region. To the organizers of this inaugural workshop on positive masculinity, ECPAT International and CAC, together with collaborating partners Plan International, UN Women, Femnet, Equality Now, GMAC, and the Horn of Africa Youth Network, thank you for the incredible effort you have done to assemble such great minds together. Your leadership continues to light the way for others and opens doors for further discussion on this current and relevant discourse. I would like to personally express my deep appreciation to Kenya Alliance for Advancement of Children, that's CAC, for offering me a platform since I joined the County Assembly of Mombasa in 2017. Your support through capacity building and mentorship has opened great opportunities and placed me in spaces with like-minded individuals just like this workshop. In particular, March this year, CAC facilitated my participation at the UN Commission on Status on Women, CSW 69, where I had the opportunity to engage with the She Leads Global team in New York, USA, on issues of She Leads successes in Kenya, Mombasa, and the rest of the African continent, where one great lady, the regional coordinator, Peggy Namadi, is doing a wonderful job. Incidentally, one of the panels I addressed was on positive masculinity. I did not know this was preparing me for this workshop. Thank you so much for that opportunity. Let us now leave this space, not with the end of a dialogue, but with the beginning of deeper commitment and concrete action. Let us go back to our counties, our countries, and our communities with a renewed sense of purpose to dismantle toxic masculinity, to confront violence in all its forms, and to build a more just, inclusive, and safe world for all. Together, we have planted seeds of change. May they take root, and may we continue to nurture them through advocacy, through leadership, and through unyielding solidarity. Last but not least, in my capacity as the president of Refela Kenya, I'll tell you what Refela means later, may I humbly take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt congratulations to Commissioner Timothy Ekesa on his well-deserved election to the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child. It is not a mean achievement to be the only Kenyan on the 10 UN treaty bodies, to be among the 172 experts of UN, 53 being from Africa. In Mombasa, we say Mabruk. Bwana Commissioner, we celebrate you. Maybe you can just stand so that they celebrate you, Commissioner Ekesa. That is Commissioner Ekesa to the world. Thank you, and may the spirit of this workshop live on in everything we do moving forward. With this, I officially declare the regional workshop on positive masculinity and fight against GBV officially closed. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you. That is so beautiful. Thank you, Honorable. And Commissioner Tim, sorry. We're just calling you Timothy. Imagine who is going to give us a vote of thanks. Please give him a good clap. Like a finishing clap. That is not a finishing clap. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Honorable Milka, we met last time, that was in Mombasa.
Yes.
And you did a great job there.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
you will always be with us
Thank you.
in this program.
Thank
Thank you so much.
you.
Yeah. So my speech is on my phone, and I only have 3%. So whatever, when it will go off, I will know how to do. Okay. As we close this impactful workshop, I want to begin by expressing my gratitude to my team, the ECPAT International team. Daniel, please. Edith, please. I would like to say thank you so much to you, my colleagues, for your support, as well as our director, Matthias, who is in Bangkok. I think he will be following us live. Thank you for your dedication and your hard work in making this workshop a success. And as I'm speaking, myself and my colleagues, Edith, this is our last week at ECPAT International. After 8 years of working at ECPAT, I think that it was time for me to leave. Same for my colleagues, Edith. I would like to say thank you so much to CAC. I will call him in French, Commissaire Tim, for your leadership and your very strong commitment to protecting children right here in Kenya. Thank you so much for Peggy and Rebecca, the pillar of this organization here in Kenya and Mombasa. Peggy, thank you for mobilizing all the young girls on She Leads. Thank you so much, Peggy. And Rebecca, thank you so much. You have been the part of the logistics of this organization. Thank you, Rebecca. I wanted to say thank you so much for our colleagues from Plan International African Union Liaison Office, Zemzem. Thank you so much for your support and for coming here with us. And I would like to say thank you to the full team of Plan International Kenya Country Office for your support and our collaboration with ECPAT International. I want to say thank you so much to the FEMNET team under the leadership of Mutoki. Thank you so much for your support, Mutoki, Nene, all over from Mali. Thank you so much for coming here. And I would like also to say thank you to the GMAC team, Karen. Where is Karen? Yes, I wanted to say something about Karen and the idea behind this meeting. So that was 2 years ago or last year? 2 years ago, last year, we were in Addis Ababa, and then we were just having coffee. And then Karen said, Willie, do you know, what is the name of this funny guy again? Amerix. Do you know Amerix? I said, yes, I know him. He's one of the influencers in Africa with the number of followers on TikTok. And he has a very, very negative masculinity toward women in Kenya. And then we were discussing with Karen and Imali. And then Karen told me, Willie, why can't we organize a workshop on positive masculinity? Then I say, yeah, let me think about it. and now we are here. It was because of her. The idea came from her, and I wanted to recognize this parent. I would like to say thank you so much to Johan and the team of the Horn of Africa Youth Network. Johan, thank you so much. This meeting was going live in Bangkok, everywhere. People are following and commenting. Thanks to you and your team, professional team colleagues. Thank you so much for the great work we have done yesterday and today. Now I would like to say thank you so much to Mary. I don't know if she has left. Mary from UN Women and all her colleagues for the support and the great collaboration with UN Women in the organization of this event. Thank you so much, Mary. I would also like to say thank you so much to the Equality Now team. I don't know if they are still here. Judy, Nina, Amanda. Thank you so much, colleagues, for your support. Let me say thank you to Imali and all her team. I think they are here, although Imali has left us, and I think she will be back tomorrow. I want to say thank you so much to Kanga for brave movement. Kanga, thank you so much. You have been part of the team, the strategic team for this organization. Now, the most important people are the young Shilit girls. I remember I've been the only man in all those Shilit meetings, so it was very difficult for me. Until one day I said I'm doing this for my daughter who is in the US, so that I'm representing her as member of Shilit. And I would like to say thank you so much, Shilit girls. We have been working together in this collaboration, and it has been a great, great, great collaboration. And thank you so much for being here and for everything you have done here. I would like to say thank you so much to Marvel, our moderator. You have been wonderful yesterday and today, although you did not step your foot here on the podium. But you did a great job, and I would like to say thank you so much. Thank you for partners from different civil society organizations. Thank you for colleagues coming from different countries. And I will not close this meeting without saying a very, very special thanks. Before I come to that, I should recognize my colleagues who came here and provided to us a very important feedback on sexual exploitation of children, sexual harassment in sport. Lady Captain Priscilla, who was member of the working team. Priscilla and all the team of golfers, I would like to say thank you so much. This is just the first step of our future collaboration. Thank you for coming. Allow me now to recognize one person. I did not mention her when I was speaking about Plan International African Union Liaison Office. I think she is the main actor behind the scene of this event. Everything starting from the beginning, the concept note, the agenda, the script of this meeting. That is a person who will send to me an email at 5 a.m. saying that don't forget to call this on that person. I would like to call her here, Billy, and say thank you so much for your support. Thank you for everything. Let's recognize what she has done. So, Billy, it's not me, it's the team in Bangkok. When I had a discussion with my directors, you know, you have been supporting us. You went with the team in Abu Dhabi, under Daniel leadership. Daniel is here for Shilit, and I think next month, again, we are sending you to Madrid in Spain for the same program in Shilit. You have been supporting us a lot in this project. Our visibility as expat members, and as well as our contribution to protect and raise the voice of Shillite children. It has been done, I will say, 60%, 70% through you. So I would like, on behalf of the ECPAT office team in Bangkok, to give you this one. We don't give money to Shillite girls, but we can buy something for them. I don't know, this is for you. And coming from ECPAT International. I don't know if you want to say something. You want your cameraman?
Okay, let me speak first.
We can have some pictures. You want us to open it?
No.
So you want us to go there?
Yes.
Where should I sit, here or here?
Yeah. That is your gift.
I'm very happy. I don't have much to say, but thank you so much for this thoughtful gift. I'm truly honored. To be honest, it has been a team effort, and I definitely couldn't have done it alone. So thank you so much to everyone. So when I implement the Shillite project along with my colleague Zamzam, and when coordinating this workshop, I constantly put myself in the girls and young women's shoes that I aim to always empower. I think that's what helped me to do the things that I've been doing. So from the concept to the sessions, we really tried to create a meaningful experience for all our Shillite girls. I hope this event met your expectations. I hope that you learned from it, and I hope that you felt seen and heard. So thank you so much to all our partners. I think Willie mentioned everyone, but a special thank you to the organizing team, Willie, Rebecca, Timothy, Kanga, Imali, Mutoki, and all other partners, including UN Women and Equality Now. Thank you so much for believing in us, and thank you so much for believing in me. And above all, thank you to my Shillite girls and young women, our Pan-African advocates. Thank you so much. And seeing you lead boldly is what makes my work satisfying. So thank you.
All right, please give them a round of applause, a real one. Thank you very much. We have now come to the end of this very engaging conference. I would like two volunteers, one from our Muslim community and one from the Christian community, to finish for us with a word of prayer, so that I'm not asked like yesterday, why didn't we pray? Can I get a volunteer? Oh, you're already volunteering somebody. Fanny has volunteered. And who, please come. What's her name? Oh, wow. Can we have another one? Or are you suggesting somebody? Oh, come. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you. So now we can. Yes.
Let's pray for the closure.
Yes, closure, yes, traveling. Yeah, thank you so much.
Let us believe and pray. Lord Almighty, Father, King of glory, we thank you for this far you've taken us. We thank you for this lovely experience that we've had to meet people from different places of the continent, Lord. We thank you for the speakers, for the moderators. We thank you for the beautiful concepts that have been shared. We thank you for the theme, for the messages, and for the people who organized this, Lord. As we come to an end of this session, Almighty Father, I'm praying for everyone who's traveling, Lord. Give them journey mercies,
that they may travel safely, Lord, and above all, that they will continue being ambassadors for positive masculinity in their communities. And for us who are remaining here in Nairobi, Lord, and for us in Kenya, Almighty Father, I'm praying that you will continue to guide us, to help us to continue this great work that you have started in us, Almighty Father. I'm praying for everybody here and their family, Lord, that you will give them peace, that you will be with them, that you will cover them with the blood of Jesus Christ, Lord. I'm also praying for all the speakers who have spoken here. I'm praying for the moderator, Lord, that you will bless them abundantly. I pray this believing and trusting in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. Let us all believe and pray. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Rahmanirrahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghayril maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amen.
Amen. Please give them, appreciate them. So thank you for taking time to attend this very important conference. We have now come to an end. Please welcome for tea after this. And here is an announcement. The ladies at the registration desk need you to help them with this. ACHCGA, Vincent, is he here? We need people to go back there and sign. If you hear your organization's name, and there are a number of them who have not signed, please pass by the registration. If you hear your name, Priscilla from the Vet Lab, Steve Bulambo, intern, and then the Zemzem Plan. Yes. Everybody who hears their name, please pass by the registration so that our ladies don't have a problem accounting. You understand? And then Steve Bulambo, and we have Jane Nganga from Ecumenical Pharmaceutical, the whole team of GMAC. We need you there. UN Women, all of you, please pass by there. Farway, please pass by there, all of you, to confirm. Equality Now, all of you. ECPAT, there are 2 people who have not yet passed by there. Please make sure you see the registration. And then there's Joshua from Child Fund and Shamim. Actually, I was told, plan, just pass by there. Help them by passing by there and checking. And Horn of Africa Youth Network, please pass by there. Oh, Femnet, yes, don't look at me badly. I'm just a messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. So you all go by the registration. Peggy is right there. She's waving. She's the lady that is waving. Please pass by there to make sure that you're registered. Otherwise, enjoy your tea and enjoy your travels back home.